Let the call begin. Hallelujah.
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 Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. All praise be to Yah Yisrael, the creator and maker of heaven and earth, the gifter of all of our lives, the protector of all of our lives, and the very sustainer. We thank Yah this day, allowing us to see another Shabbat, even in the month of Etanim, as we've closed out a holy season, and now we are in a new Torah cycle, even today as we will be opening up the Torah once again, beginning in Beresheet. If we could all even begin facing the Mizracha, the eastward position where we will be asking Yah to even rise up and go before us, as he did with our ancestors in the wilderness. Kuma Yehovah, weyafusu oevecha, weyanusu misanecha mipanecha. Kuma Yehovah, weyafusu oevecha, weyanusu misanecha mipanecha. Kuma Yehovah, weyafusu oevecha, weyanusu misanecha mipanecha. Rise up, O Yah, and may thy enemies be scattered, and those that hate thee flee from before thee. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Baruch Yahuwah Babokwer, Baruch Yahuwah Bezohoraim, Baruch Yahuwah Be'erev, Baruch Yahuwah Balayla, Baruch Yahuwah Yom Yom, Uvaruch Yahuwah Tamid, Yahuwah Eloheinu Bavakwasha, Lishloach Lanu Lekol Devarim, Ra'im She'asinu Lefaneka Yom Yom, Lidioti Manu Kol Hayom Hazeh, Lama'an Shimka Yahuwah, Elohe Avraham Yitzchak with Yisrael, Elohe Avotenu we Eli, Lishmoa Bekolina, Im Teretzeyotka, Lama'an Shimka Yehovah. Blessed be Yehovah in the morning, blessed be Yehovah in the afternoon, blessed be Yehovah in the evening, blessed be Yehovah in the night. Blessed be Yehovah every day, and blessed be Yah always. Yehovah, our power, please forgive us for all the evil things we have done, and be with us all this day for thy name's sake. Power of Avraham, Yitzchak, Yisrael, power of our fathers and our power, hearken to our voice, I pray thee, if it pleaseth thee, for thy name's sake. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Selah. Shabbat shalom lekol. Thanking Yah for the blessing of this great day, even as we sing of this blessed day, this holy day, the Shabbat day, on page 8 in our prayer books. Zeyet HaShabbat Sameach Ani, Zeyet HaShabbat Sameach Ani, Zeyet HaShabbat Sameach Ani, Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Zeyet Hayom Atov Sameach Ani, Zeyet Hayom Atov Sameach Ani, Zeyet Hayom Atov Sameach Ani, Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Ki Hashem Hu Shalach Kol Yomim, Ki Hashem Hu Natan Kol Devarim. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Asher Shir Kadash Sameach Ani, Asher Shir Kadash Sameach Ani, Asher Shir Kadash Sameach Ani, Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem, Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Zeyet HaShabbat Sameach Ani, Zeyet HaShabbat Sameach Ani, Zeyet HaShabbat Sameach Ani, Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Zeyet Hayom Atov Sameach Ani, Zeyet Hayom Atov Sameach Ani, Zeyet Hayom Atov Sameach Ani, Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Ki Hashem Hu Shalach Kol Yomim, Ki Hashem Hu Natan Kol Devarim. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Asher Shir Kadash Sameach Ani, Asher Shir Kadash Sameach Ani, Asher Shir Kadash Sameach Ani, Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem, Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem, Ani ohev hayom shel Hashem. Hallelujah. 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 Yehovah Elohim. Elohe ha-Elohim. Boreh ha-shamayim wa'aretz. Boreh kol basar bam. Barat tanu. Yatzar tanu. Asit tanu bet zelem Elohim. Todah rabah Yehovah Elohim lekayim hayom hazeh. Bishbil yom ha-shabbat lehalel oteka. Lilmod metorateka. Todah rabah Elohim ki shamartanu beyadka. Shamartanu mekora. Bavakwasha Yehovah Elohim tamid leheyot hamagen shelanu bekayenu. Yehovah Elohim Todah rabah ki natata lanu berakot rabot. La amod lefaneka. La asot et toratka. La leket be'or Elohim. We thank you, Yah Yisrael, for it is you who has blessed us, even with the gift of life. It is you, Yah, who has blessed us, even with the vitality to do thy will, even the desire to do thy law, Yah. For that in itself is a great blessing, Yah, something that we even take for granted. For you, Yah, could even take the desire from our hearts to even serve thee, Yah, but we pray that you do that to none of us, but you even allow us, Yah, to receive even an extra measure to serve thee greater within our very lives. We thank thee, Yah, for you have even allowed us to go through and endure a holy season and to arrive yet to another beginning of the Torah cycle. And for that we say, Todah, Yehovah. We thank you, Yehovah Elohim, for it is you who blesses us as we go out and as we come in, protecting us, even those that have gone far, even remembering this day, even Kohen Shepmiah, even Yirmiyahu and Natanyahu, and all those, Yah, that are traveling far distances, Yah. May you even bless them to arrive at their destination safely. Those, Yah, who even go short distances, those that are even at this time going to places to even serve thy high and holy name, Yah, may you bless them, allowing them to arrive in health and in strength. We thank thee, Yah, even for love, Yah, for peace of mind, Yah. For without these things, Yah, we would not have the clarity to make the right decisions in our life that you have commanded for us to do. Allow us, Yah, to continually have clarity of heart and mind. Allow us, Yah, to continually be unified within thy sight. Bavakwasha, Yah, may you forgive us for our wrongs, for our iniquities, those done with knowledge and those done in ignorance, Yah. May you forgive us for all of the many things we have done wrong, Yah. For there is not one that stands before thee, Yah, that has not sinned. Bavakwasha, Yah, even the righteous fall 7 times. But it is you, Yah, and your benevolent mercy that allows him to rise yet again. Bavakwasha, Yah, bless all of the families of Yisrael, the elders, the men and the women, the children, the newborns, Yah. May you bless all of us, for all of our souls are in thy hand. Bavakwasha, Yah, lift us up to do thy will and allow us to even lead the whole world, even as you have commanded us to, in the light of thy truth, Yah. Bavakwasha, use us in these latter days, even as your plague is upon the earth, and may you still be merciful toward us and not allow the plague to even bring great harm unto any of our families. Yah, Bavakwasha, allow your hand to be known, your might to be exalted, and your glory to be esteemed now and forevermore. Kol am Yisrael we kol b'nei Adam ne halel oteka. Hallelujah! 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 Kaya! 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 Selah. O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu. O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Eloheinu Yahovah Echad. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Le'olam Wa'ed. O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu. O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Eloheinu Yahovah hu echad. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Le'olam Wa'ed.
O Shema Yisrael. Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu, O Shema Yisrael. Yahuwah Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahuwah Echad. O Baruch Shem Kevo, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam, O Baruch Shem Kevo, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Leolam Waed. Hallelujah. At this time, if we all may please be seated as we move into our congregational morning prayers for the day, where we will join our voices together as we even say these congregational prayers found on page 10 within our prayer books. Hallelujah. Blessed art thou, O Yehovah, our power, and blessed be the works of thy hands. And the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day Yah finished his work, which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day and hallowed it, because that in it he rested from all his work, which Yah in creating had made. O thou who art most holy, look upon thy people in mercy. Hear thou us, O power of Avraham. Nurture us, O power of Yitzchak. Save us, we implore thee, O power of Yisrael. Blot us not out, O Yah, though our sins be many. Cast our evil doings into the bottomless pit to remain forevermore. Our hope is in thee, O Yah, and without thy mercy we have naught. Father of wisdom, thou dispenser of knowledge, cause our hearts to discern and our minds to retain thy law. Bless Israel to know thee as we did in the days of yore. Let the sign of the Shabbat shine brightly from this thy house, and from us thy people Yisrael. Let our voices mingle with the host of heaven, as we joyfully proclaim. Blessed be the name of our power, and blessed be his holy day. Hallelujah. Shema. Shema. Yisrael. Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, Shem Kevo Malkuto Leolam Waed. Hallelujah. This is the day which Jehovah has made, and we will be glad and rejoice thereon. Unto thee do I lift up mine eyes, O thou that art enthroned in the heavens. Ascribe unto Jehovah the glory due unto his name. Worship Jehovah in the beauty of holiness. In thee, O Yah, do I take refuge. Let me never be ashamed. Thou hast given us joy in a place of sorrow. Thy truth is like a heady wine. Shout for joy, O ye children of Yisrael. Proclaim the name of our King, to whom the sun doth shine and the wind sing. Jehovah is our sun and shield. Who then could master us? To thee, power of our fathers, do we give honor and glory. For who is Yah beside thee? Be thou our judge, O Yah, against the ungodly nations. Save us, O our King, we beseech thee. Then shall we come clapping, singing, jumping, shouting, praising, crying, and extolling thy holy name. For with thee is the fountain of light. In thy light do we see light. Thy loving kindness, Yah, is in the heavens. Thy faithfulness reaches unto the skies. Depart from evil and do good, and dwell forevermore in peace. For Yehovah loveth justice and forsaketh not his holy ones. Hallelujah. Shema. Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Hallelujah. Where is the power of Abraham, who didst call our father from Chaldea? Art thou not he, O power of Israel? Where is the power of Yitzchak, who did bless him with a righteous Rivkah? Thou art one and the same. Who knoweth him who changed Yaakov's name? Thou, O Yah, will forever remain. Though Joseph sojourned in Egypt, yet did all men show him favor. Thy hand, O Yah, was with him. Thou didst help Moshe and Yisrael against Pharaoh, who stood up the mighty Red Sea. Manna dropped from heaven to sustain thy people in the wilderness. They fashioned a calf to bow down to, yet to Yisrael didst thou show mercy. We give thanks unto thee, O Yah, and we will tell of thy wondrous works. In Yehuda is Yah known, his name is great in Yisrael. His foundation is in the holy mountains. We will sing of the mercies of Yehovah forever. Unto all generations will we make them to be known. Stay thou, O Yah, in the midst of us. Cause righteousness once more to be sown. So shall the heavens praise thy wonders, Yah, thy faithfulness in the holy assembly. Let Yisrael awaken the day with their praises. Glory to Yah, now and forevermore. Hallelujah. Shema. Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Hallelujah. O Yah, thou art my power. Earnestly will I seek thee. Hear my voice, merciful Father. Preserve me from mine enemies. Send out thine angels to protect me. O thou that hearest prayer. With thy mighty hand, Yah, subdue all those that hate us. Remember us in mercy, Yah, and pardon all our transgressions. Except our power doth bless us, how could we hope to prosper? Unless our Creator protect us, we are as if we had not been. Stay thy hand, O death, for he does forgive our iniquities. So will I sing praises to his name, that I may perform my vows. The dead praise not Yehovah, nay, nor any that go down into silence. Let us extol our power while we have life. Sing praises to our power while we have any being. Together we will lift up our voices and gratefully sing. Withhold not thy voice from extolling our Maker. Let young and old praise him together. Let the tribes come near and testify, even the tribes of Israel, the mighty of Yehovah. Say among the nations, Jehovah reigneth. Thy power, Yisrael, over all the world. For Yehovah will not cast off his people, neither we forsake his inheritance. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thy house, now, O Yah, and forevermore. Hallelujah. Shema. Shema. Yisrael. Yahovah. Eloheinu. Yahovah. Eloheinu. Yahovah. Echad. Baruch. Shem Kevod. Malkuto. Leolam. Wa'ed. Hallelujah. It is truly beautiful when Yisrael is able to sing and praise Yah together. At this time, as we move into the Torah portion of our day, where we will have brothers and sisters alike in our midst called up to read from these sacred words, and even on this special Shabbat of today, where we will be opening back up the Torah with Beresheet. We will start off with singing the song HaTorah, found on page 12 in our prayer books. HaTorah, HaTorah, Petach HaTorah ve'nilmod Akshav. Whereby shall we return unto thee, Yah, for thy words to be fulfilled by thy law, by thy law, Yah. In our hearts it is to be instilled. HaTorah, HaTorah, Petach HaTorah ve'nilmod Akshav. Oh, how can we draw closer to each other in the spirit of true righteousness by thy law, by thy law, Yah, is the only way we must Petaka Torah Wenirmo Aksham. The blessings of the Torah can be found on page 13 in our prayer books. Nikra et Misharaite Natanyahu ben Lewi ben Yisrael. Ani po Baruch Hashem shel Yahovah. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom. Baruch Yahovah Tamid. Uvaruch Haba Likra et HaTorah. Modeh ani lefaneka Yahovah Eloheinu shenatan lanu et HaTorah. Hallelujah. All of our males may please remain standing. All of our women, you all may please be seated at this time. Even as we get into our Hebrew reading for today, we are in Sidrah Beresheet, opening up the Torah once again, thanking Yah for life that we've been able to even live to see this moment once again. And the Hebrew reading will begin Beresheet chapter 5, beginning at the 18th verse. Once again, the Hebrew reading will begin in Beresheet chapter 5, beginning at the 18th verse and concluding in chapter 6, verse 8. And the Hebrew reading is on this wise. Hallelujah. Vayekhi yered shetayim washishim shana at shana vayoled et Chanoch. Vayekhi yered achere holido et Chanoch shemona meot shana vayoled banim uvanot. Wayihiyu kol yemei yered shetayim washishim shana utsha meot shana wayamot. Hallelujah. Targum Bavakusha.
And Yered lived 162 years and begat Hanoch. And Yered lived after he begat Hanoch 800 years and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Yered were 962 years, and he died.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Modi manaknu lak she'atahu Eloheinu ve'Elohe avotenu Avraham Yitzchak ve'Yaakov le'olam va'ed. Nikra et Misharaite Yaakov ben Dan ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom. Baruch Yahovah Tamid. Uvaruch Haba Likra et HaTorah. Hallelujah. Mishraite Yaakov will be reading from verse 21 through 23.
ויהי חנוך 65 שנה, ויולד את מתושלח. ויתהלך חנוך את האלוהים אחרי הולידו את מתושלח 300 שנה, ויולד בנים ובנות. ויהי כל ימי חנוך 65 שנה ו300 שנה.
Hallelujah. Targum Bavakusha.
And Hanoch lived 65 years and begot Methuselah. And Hanoch walked with Elohim after he begot Methuselah 300 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Hanoch were 365 years.
Hallelujah. Modi manaknu lak she'atahu Eloheinu ve'Elohe avotenu Avraham Yitzchak ve'Yaakov le'olam va'ed. Nikra et Akaziel ben Kohen Shemuel ben Lewi ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom. Baruch Yahovah Tamid. Uvaruch Haba Likra et HaTorah. Hallelujah. Akaziel will be reading for us verse 24 through 26. Vitalik Karnog et Elohim Einenu Kol Lakwak Oto Elohim Ki Lakwak Oto Elohim Shika. Vahi Metushalak Sheva Ushmonim Shana Umat Shana Wayoled et Lamek Shika. Vahi Metushalak Akade Holidot et Lamek Shatayim Ushmonim Shana Ushva Meot Shana Wayoled Banim Ubanot. Hallelujah.
Hanoch walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Elohim took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years and begot Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begot Lamech 782 years and begot sons and daughters. Amen.
Amen. Modim anaknu lak, she'atahu Eloheinu, ve'Elohe avotenu, Avraham Yitzchak, ve'Yaakov le'olam va'ed, Nikra et Bakor Yoel ben Yirmiyahu ben Naphtali ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch Abba Likrayet HaTorah. Hallelujah. Bakor Yoel will be reading for us verse 27 through 29.
Wayihu Kol Yamei Methuselah Tasha wa Shishim Shana Utsha Meot Shana Wiyamot. Why he Lamech should time Ushmonim Shana at Shana Wayoled Bain. Wayikra et Shemuel Noah Lemor ve Yanahamenu Nima Asenu Ume Itzu Von Wa Yadenu Min Ha'adama Asher Erara Yehovah.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Verse 27. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years and begot a son, and he called his name Noah, saying, This same shall comfort us in our work and in the toil of our hands, which cometh from the ground which Yehovah hath cursed. Amen.
Amen. Modim anaknu lak, she'atahu Eloheinu, ve'Elohe avotenu, Avraham Yitzchak, ve'Yaakov le'olam va'ed, Nikra et Geferet Niflaya Eshet Shomer Eliezer ben Yehuda ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch Abba Likrayet HaTorah. Hallelujah. Geferet Niflaya will be reading for us from verse 30 through 32.
Waikile Akare Holido, Et Noach, Kamesh Watishim Shana, Vekamesh Meot Shana, Vayoled Uvanim Uvanot. Waiki Kol Yemei Lamek, Sheva Weshivim Shana Ushva Meot Shana Wayamot. Waiki Noach Ben Kamesh Meot Shana, Vayoled Noach et Shem et Kam et Yafet.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Verse 30. And Lamech lived after he begot Noah 595 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noach was 500 years old. And Noach begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Hallelujah. Modi manatnu lak, she'atahu Eloheinu, ve'Elohei avotenu, Avraham, Yitzchak, ve'Yaakov le'olam va'ed. Nikra et akot Shakira bat Shomer Eliezer ben Yehuda ben Yisrael.
Ani po Baruch Hashem Shel Yehovah.
Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch Haba Likra et HaTorah.
Moreh ani lefanecha Yehovah asher Natanyahu et HaTorah.
Hallelujah. Coach Shakira will be reading from chapter 6, verse 1 through verse 4.
Wahi ki hechel ha'adam larov al panei ha'adama uvanot yuldu lachem. Vayir'u v'nei ha'Elohim et benot ha'adam ki tovot. Hena wayikku lahem nashim mikol asher bacharu. Vayomer Yehovah lo yadon ruki va'adam le'olam b'shagam hu vasar vehayu yamau me'a ve'esrim shana.
Is it through verse 4?
Okay, through verse 4, one more verse.
Han pilim hayu ba'aretz bayamim ha'hem vegam akare kin ashir yavo'u v'nei ha'Elohim el benot ha'adam v'yaldu lachem hema hagivorim ashir me'olam anshe Hashem.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Chapter 6, verse 1. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of Adam, that they were fair, and that they took them as wives, whomsoever they chose. And Yah said, My spirit shall not abide in man forever, for that he also is flesh. Therefore shall his days be 120 years. The Nephilim were in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came into the daughters of Adam, and they bore children unto them. The same were the mighty men that were of old, the men of renown.
Hallelujah. Modi manatnu lak, she'atahu Eloheinu, ve'Elohei avotenu, Avraham, Yitzchak, ve'Yaakov le'olam va'ed. Nikra et Maftir le Shabbat Beresheet, Nikra et Zaquein Yatniel ben Yehuda ben Yisrael.
Haripo Baruch Hashem Shel Yehovah.
Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch Haba Likra et HaTorah.
Moreh ani lefaneka Yehovah Natanyahu ze Torah.
Hallelujah. Zaquein Yatniel will be reading from verse 5 and concluding at the end of verse 8.
Vayar Yehovah ki Rabbar Ra'at Ha'adam Be'eretz V'kol Yetzer Makshevot Libo Rak Ra Kol Hayom Vayinatchem Yehovah ki Asa Et Ha'adam Be'eretz Vayit Azev El Levo, Wayomer Yehovah etchem et
Imche.
ha Adam asher barati me al pene ha Adama me Adam ad behema ad remes we ad of Hashemayim ki nikamti ki asitam
Asitim.
with Noach makes matzah chain be'enei Yehovah.
Hallelujah.
Verses 5 through 8. And Yah saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And repented Yah that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yah said, I will blot out the man who I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and creeping thing, and fowl of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of Yehovah.
Hallelujah. Modi manaknu lak she'atahu Eloheinu Elohe avotenu Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov leolam waed. I yield to you, Zaquein. Hallelujah.
Blessed be the Most High Yah from everlasting to everlasting. Blessed be his holy and exalted name. I'm doing this from remote, but I give thanks to Most High Yah that I can even praise and bless his holy name. The Maftir's portion is going to be found in Isaiah, the 42nd chapter, verse 5 through 43:11. Now, y'all know I move fast, and you better pay attention. Young ones, have a seat, everyone. Once again, giving all thanks and praise to the Most High for all of his goodness and all of his mercies. May the words of my lips and the meditation of my heart be found righteous and glorious in the eyes of the Most High. Beginning at verse 5 of the 42nd chapter.
Thus
Thus
said
saith Elohim, Yehovah, he that created the heavens and stretched them forth, he that spread forth the earth, and that which cometh out of it, he that giveth breath unto the people upon it, and spirit to them that walk therein. You know, just think of all of these things. The Most High, they said, how do you know that there is a God? Because I look at the trees. See, there's only the Most High. He's the only one who can change a tree from green to red to yellow to brown. He's the only one who can stretch forth the heavens, and you see all the glorious things of heaven. We're in Delaware right now, and you know, you go out and you see a nice sky, and you see stars so brilliant and bright. That's how you know there's the Most High. When the sun comes up in the morning and you breathe the breath of life, oh, come on. There is a Most High. He goes on, he says, I, Yehovah, have called thee in righteousness, and have taken hold of thy hand and kept thee, and set thee for a covenant of the peoples, for a light of the nations, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the dungeon, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison houses. See, that was the job of Yisrael. We as a people were supposed to always enlighten the nations of all the glorious wonders and open the eyes of people who say that there's some other entity out here or deity out here, we were supposed to open their eyes and let them know there's only one. Yehovah Echad, he's the only one. And then, see, but people got so mixed up by the fact that we went off track. We went off track, so people are out of their minds. Think about how people are. Look at all the things that are happening in the earth right now. People killing each other for no reason at all. He goes on and he says, I am Yehovah, that is my name, and my glory will I not give to another, neither my praise to graven images. So now you understand that. He says, I am Yehovah, that is my name, and my glory will I not give to another, neither my praise to graven images. You see how they be praising these graven images? A dollar bill is a graven image. Your car, people's cars are graven images. That deity that they be calling on tomorrow, that's a graven image. But see, we as a people, and Israel is coming together, quiet as it's kept. We're coming together as a people. Whether you're going to be there or not, we are coming together. He goes on and he says, behold, the former things are come to pass, and new things do I declare. Before they spring forth, I tell you of them. He tells us what because if you read the scriptures, he tells you what's going to happen and what's going to be before they even happen. Because no words go out of his mouth and come back void. So therefore, we're going to be a people whether we know it or not. He goes on, he says, sing unto Yehovah a new song, and his praise from the end of the earth. Ye that go down to the sea and all that is therein, the isles and the inhabitants thereof, let the wilderness and the cities thereof lift up their voice, the villages that Kedar doth inhabit. Let the inhabitants of Selah exalt. Let them shout from the top of the mountains. Let them give glory unto Yehovah and declare his praise in the islands. Yehovah will go forth as a mighty man. He will stir up jealousy like a man of war. He will cry, yea, he will shout aloud. He will prove himself mighty against his enemies. Hey, now, look at how he's going forth. Well, I always watch the news. That's one of my pet peeves. When you watch the news, you could see how Yehovah is going forth. He is stirring up people's minds, and they are losing them. They are losing their minds. That's why your only hope, our only hope, is the Most High. And you got to call on him morning, noon, evening, and night. Day and night, you have to call on the Most High. You have to ask him to put a shield around you so that nothing comes nigh you, especially this virus that's out here, because they're telling you now, this virus is attacking people who have been vaccinated. So now, what are you to say? Your shield is the Most High, and we pray that he will put a shield around us, that this thing comes not near unto us, nor any of our loved ones. And then those of our loved ones who have caught this thing, we pray that the Most High will be their doctor. Because most doctors are just practitioners. They practice medicine on you. They'll give you a drug, and then when that drug doesn't work, they'll give you another drug to counteract that drug, and another drug to counteract that drug. So therefore, Most High is my drug. See, Most High is my pilot. I'm just the co-pilot, but he's my pilot. And that's what we have to depend on, and then let people see the righteousness of the Most High in the things that we do. He goes on, he says, I have long time held my peace. I have been still and refrained myself. Now will I cry like a travailing woman, gasping and panting at once. I will make waste mountains and hills and dry up all their herbs, and I will make the rivers islands and will dry up the pools, and I will bring the blind by a way that they knew not. In paths that they knew not will I lead them. I will make darkness light before them and rugged places plain. These things will I do, and I will not leave them undone. So now, when he says blind, it's not really a blind person. It's the people who are in blind places, that they know not the righteousness of Jehovah. So now, if you're calling on another deity, you're blind. He's going to bring you out of your blindness, and he's going to bring you through a rugged places. Is like living here in America. Rugged. Look at what happens to us as a people. You know, they had a statistic on the other day where they said the most people who are killed and assaulted by the police are us. Since 1981. They just do, no, it's been longer than that, but they do us any way they want because we don't have the protection of the Most High. He goes on, he says, they shall be turned back greatly. They shall be turned back greatly ashamed that trust in graven images, that say unto molten images, ye are our gods. Can you imagine this? They take something that God has made and make it into a deity and call it their God. He goes on, he says, hear ye deaf and look ye blind, that ye may see. Who is blind but my servant? Who is his servants? We are. Or deaf as my messenger that I send. Who is blind as he that is wholehearted, and blind as Jehovah's servant? Wholehearted, see, you could be wholehearted, but you're wholehearted to another deity. You're not wholehearted to Yah Almighty. He goes on, he says, but this is a people, Jehovah was pleased for his righteousness' sake to make the teaching great and glorious. But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes, and they are hid in prison houses. They are for prey and none delivereth, for a spoil and none saith restore. Who among you will give ear to this? Who will hearken and hear for the time to come? See, because the time is coming. Remember, Most High said, I will hasten it in its time. Look at the time that we're living in. That's what we have to be conscious about. Look at the time we're living in. There's turmoil all over the world. And even in this country, there's turmoil, uprising. He said, I'm going to hasten it in his time. He goes on, he says, who gave Jacob for us? He said, who gave Jacob for a spoil and Israel to the robbers? Did not Jehovah? He against whom we have sinned, and in whose ways they would not walk, neither were they obedient unto his law. Therefore he poured upon him the fury of his anger and the strength of the battle, and it set him on fire round about, yet he knew not. And it burned him, yet he did not lay it to heart. You see, when troubles come upon you, see, there are certain things in your life should tell you what you are doing and what you should be doing. When troubles come upon you, man, that means Yahweh is sending you a message. He wants you to look and see what is going on in your life. This brother and I were speaking yesterday, and we were talking, he said, your body tells you when something's wrong. If you get a lower backache, there's something wrong. If you got a heartburn, acid indigestion, there's something wrong. See, Most High gives you signs, especially when you trust in him. He said, but our people saw all of these things happening and still see them happening, and they laid it not to heart. They don't say, are all of these troubles come upon us because Yahweh is not with us? You understand? And then they'll give credit to another deity. He goes on in chapter 43, he says, but now thus saith Yahweh that created thee, O Jacob, and he that formed thee, O Israel, fear not, for I have redeemed thee. I have called thee by thy name, thou art mine. Oh, that is a glorious statement. He says, I have called thee. He said, I created thee, O Jacob. I have called thee by thy name, O Israel. Fear not, for I have redeemed thee. Redeem means to take back, to hold on, to give. You know, if he redeems you, that means he's got you. He says, I have by my name, I have, Slikar, I have called thee by thy name, thou art mine. Thank Yah that I am his. You understand? No man can save you. But if I call on Almighty Yah, you know, if I put him in front of me, on each side of me, and in back of me, and put a shell around me, I'm his. And the only way I'm going to do that is by just calling on his holy and exalted name. Like I said, morning, noon, evening, night. Call on his name. He goes on, he says, for when thou passest through the waters, I will be with thee, and through the rivers, they shall not overflow thee. When thou walkest through the fire, thou shalt not be burned, neither shall the flame kindle upon thee. Y'all remember Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? He goes on and he says, for I am Yahweh, thy power, the Holy One of Israel, thy Savior, our Savior. See, there is none else. There is none else. And then that's what we as a people, and we're learning it really slow, but we're learning it. He goes on, he says, fear not, for I am with thee. I will bring thy seed from the east and gather thee from the west. I will say to the north, give up, and to the south, keep not back. Bring my sons from far and my daughters from the end of the earth. Everyone that is called by my name and whom I have created for my glory, I have formed him. Yea, I have made him. See, that's a great thing. He's formed us. He made us, and we are his people. And we have to figure that out. We have to know that we are his, and by him we will be saved, because see, out of all these things that are happening on the earth, Jacob will be saved. And that was said by the Most High. He said, we are his. We were put here for one specific reason, to praise and glorify Yah Most High. He goes on, he said, the blind people that have eyes shall be brought forth, and the deaf that have ears. All the nations are gathered together, and the peoples are assembled. Who among them can declare this and announce to us former things? Let them bring their witnesses, that they may be justified, and let them hear and say, it is truth. Because remember, every knee shall bend, and every tongue shall swear, and every knee shall bend and say, this is truth. There is a God, and he's the God of the house of Jacob. You understand? They're going to swear and know that Yah on high is forevermore. And we have got to be the light to the nations, because the nations went off because we went off. He goes on and he finishes out and he says, ye are my witnesses, saith Jehovah, and my servant whom I have chosen, that ye may know and believe me and understand that I am he. Before me, there was no Elohim formed, neither shall any be after me. So in other words, he's saying, I'm the first and I'm the last. Really, the Most High has no beginning, and he has no end. We will end before he ends. He says, even I am Jehovah, and beside me, there is no savior. Well, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? There's nothing else. I give thanks, praise to Yah Most High, that he has even opened mine eyes, opened the eyes of my wife, opened the eyes of our children, that we know that there is the Almighty on high forevermore. Blessed be Jehovah, that he has given me just a little bit of this knowledge to know who he is. And I still haven't finished yet. Blessed be Yah. Shabbat Shalom Nicole.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah, Zaquein. Hallelujah. 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 We're thankful for your life, Zaquein, and for all the wisdom and understanding Yah has blessed you with, and that being such a powerful portion in Yeshayahu, and how it just shows some of those character traits of the Creator being exactly that, the Creator, the former, the sustainer. And if it is his will for us as the nation of Israel to be the light and to bring the light to the world, then that will be done. So we are thankful for you, Yah, leaving these kind of things on record for us to continue to be inspired by, have some of our great men and women in our midst give us inspiration and teaching from, and all praise be to Yah Yisrael. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
At this time,
Shalom
if we may,
Lekah.
Cain, Shalom Lekah. Hallelujah. If we all may please stand, even as we Segor close the book of the Torah before we get into latter parts of our day and study. The song HaTorah can be found on page 12 in our prayer books. HaTorah, HaTorah, Segor HaTorah ve'nirmod akshav. Whereby shall we return unto thee, for thy words to be fulfilled by thy law, by thy law, Yah. In our hearts it is to be instilled. Ha-Torah, Ha-Torah, Segor Ha-Torah we nilmod. Oh, how can we draw closer to each other in the spirit of true righteousness by thy law, by thy law, Yah, is the only way we must confess. Ha-Torah, Ha-Torah, Segor Ha-Torah we nilmod. Akshav. Hallelujah. Let's even bless the name of the Creator, singing Baruch Hashem, found on page 78 in our prayer books. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Blessed be the name of Yahuwah. Blessed be the name of Yahuwah. Blessed be the name of Yahuwah. Blessed be the name, blessed be the name of Yahuwah. Unotein lechem umayim gam. Unotein lechem umayim gam. Unotein lechem umayim gam. Unotein lechem umayim gam. He gives us bread and our water too. Yah gives us bread and our water too. Yah gives us bread and our water too. Yah gives us bread, Yahuwah gives us bread and our water too. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. When I wake up in the morning, I got to praise Yah's name. When I wake up in the morning, I teach my kids to do the same. Jehovah is great, he's oh so great. I got to praise his name, I just can't wait. Jehovah is king of heaven and earth. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahovah. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahovah. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahovah. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahovah. Hallelujah. At this time, as we move into the reading of our 8th proverb, y'all know we do have a long Sidrah for today, so I want us to give some more time for that. So we will have more time for praise in the afternoon for sure. You know we got to give Yah his praise and honor that he is due. And if we could all please even welcome to lead us in Proverbs 8, even amongst us, our very own Ach Hodael, Ben Hodael, Ben Levi, Ben Yisrael.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
It's a blessing to be out here to give praises to the name of Most High.
Amen. Okay, that'll be on the screen for you.
The 8th proverb. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Let not wisdom call and understanding put forth her voice. In the top of high places, by the way, where the pots meet, she standeth. Beside the gates at the entry of the city, and coming in at the doors, she cried aloud. Four. Unto you, O men, I call, and my voice. Unto you, O men, I call, and my voice is to the sons of men. O yea, O ye thoughtless, and understand prudence, and ye fools, be ye of an understanding heart. Therefore I will speak excellent things, and open them of my lips shall be right things. For my mouth shall utter truth, and wickedness is an abomination to my lips. All the words of my mouth are in righteousness. There is nothing perverse or crooked in them. They are all plain to him that understandeth, and right to them that find knowledge. Receive my instructions, and not silver, and knowledge rather than choice gold. For wisdom is better than rubies, and all things desirable are not to be compared unto her. I, wisdom, dwell with prudence, and find out knowledge of devices. The fear of Yahweh is to hate evil, pride and arrogancy, and the evil way, and the froward mouth do I hate. Counsel is mine, the sound wisdom. I am understanding, power is mine. By me kings reign, and princes decree justice. By me princes rule, and nobles, even all the judges of the earth. I love them that love me, and those that seek me earnestly shall find me. Riches and honor are with me, yea, enduring riches and righteousness. My fruit is better than gold, yea, than fine gold, and my produce than choice silver. I will walk in the way of righteousness, in the midst of the paths of justice, that I may cause those that love me to inherit substance, and that I may fill their treasuries. Jehovah made me as the beginning of his way, the first of his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, wherever the earth was. When there was no depths, I was brought forth. When there was no fountains abounded with water. Before the mountains were settled, before the hills was I brought forth. While as yet, he had not made the earth, nor the fields, nor the beginning of the dust of the world. When he established the heavens, I was there. And he set a circle upon the face of the deep. When he made firm the skies above, when the fountains of the deep showed their might. When he gave to the sea his decree that the waters should not transgress his commandment. And he appointed the foundations of the earth. Then I was by him as a nursling, and I was daily all delight, playing always before him, playing in his habitable earth. And my delights are with the sons of men. Now therefore, ye children, hearken unto me, for happy are they that keep my ways. Hear instruction and be wise, and refuse it not. Happy is a man that hearkeneth to me, watching daily at my gates, waiting at the posts of my doors. For whoso findeth me, findeth life, and obtaineth favor of Jehovah. But he that misseth me wrongeth his own soul. All they that hate me, love that.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. I say Shabbat Shalom once again. It's a blessing to be here, give praises to the Most High, He gave us life. On my way here, I witnessed an accident on the highway, and I say Torah Yah for keeping me safe. It was very brutal. Car ended up under the rails. I'd like to say Torah Yah for having my cousin here. It's been a great time with him. Give him strength, knowledge, and understanding. Help him to grow. Torah Yah for family, all things and everything. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Told Rabbi for leading us in that proverb and thanking Yah that he did allow you to arrive here safely. And for those that are in the accident, I hope that it's not too bad and it's not fatal. At this time, if we all can join our voices together as we say the 24th Psalm before we get into our study for the day. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. The earth is Jehovah's and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the mountain of Jehovah, and who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who have not taken Yah's name in vain, and have not sworn deceitfully. He shall receive a blessing from Jehovah, and righteousness from the power of his salvation. Such is the generation of them that seek after him, that seek thy face, even Yaakov, Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lifted up, ye everlasting doors, that the King of glory may come in. Who is the King of glory? Jehovah, strong and mighty, Jehovah, mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, yea, lift them up, ye everlasting doors, that the King of glory may come in. Who then is the King of glory? Jehovah of hosts, he is the King of glory, Selah. And if we could all please stand, first and foremost, giving all honor, glory, and praise to Jehovah Zebaoth, creator and maker of heaven and earth. Thanking Yah Yisrael even for blessing us with Aharon, the leader of this community, the Kohanim, Moreh, Misharaite, Shemuel, all the men, women, and children of this community and abroad. Hallelujah! 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 Kaya! 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 Selah. Are we having class for today or? Okay, all right. So for those that Yeladim, you all are dismissed to your class so that you all can be taught on your level. But in truth, we all are still learning as children. Torah Yah Yisrael for life this day. Thanking Yah that he's blessed us to go through another holy season. And as we're in the remaining days of Chodesh Tanim, as we approach the 8th month and having that long 6-month stretch of no holy days. Of course, we have the weekly Shabbat to keep us grounded, but just the fact that now we're starting back over the Torah cycle, it's truly a blessing. And I hope that Yah allows us all to be elevated in our understanding. Every time we go through these portions, even though it's, the same one every year, we should always try to build on what we've already known before. And we should never say, I already know it all. I've been hearing it 30, 40, 50, 60 years. There's nothing more than I can be shown. And Yah will always rise up new souls on the earth to show you something new, even as I've been shown many things. And I hope that Yah even blesses me to order my thoughts and my words as I give to you what Yah has given unto me. May Yah even bless all of our thoughts and hearts. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Getting into Beresheet. I'm going to try not to open up too many cans because I know we're going to have a question and answer portion in the afternoon that I won't be leading. So maybe I will open up some cans. But we want to, as we think about this opening line of the Torah, Beresheet bara Elohim et hashamayim wa et haaretz. There's a lot of words that we're going to see that show the Creator's might in his different manifestations and how he operates with us on our reality. We're going to see the word bara, meaning to create. When you look through the Torah, you look through the Tanakh, you will see that there is no place where bara is used in regards to a human creating something for another human. We create nothing. Nothing. Even children, nah, you ain't create that either. You might have done the act to put the Creator's law in motion, But you didn't create that. You didn't create those atoms that made that child. We create nothing. We have to remember that. Yatsar, form, to form something. A formation is something else that we're going to see. And at this level, we do operate and understand this level within our human experience. Even a little bit of bara, but I'll get to that. And then we also have the infamous asa, to make, to do. It's now physically manifested right there in front of you. You've gone through the stages of it being an idea, the formation of the planning. Now it's a physical manifestation. And we see that Yah using all of these different levels of his experience to relate with us. And then allowing us, as we will see, being given many of these gifts so that we may relate with him. So let's go on ahead and get started with Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. In the beginning, Elohim created the heaven and the earth.
Right here, the Creator's will is already known. We already know that the Creator desired to make a heaven and an earth before anything else takes place. The will comes first. Imagine this as an artist that has a blank canvas in front of them. Now, granted, I'm not an artist. I can't really draw like that. But for those that are in that field, that's their hobby, they can look at that blank canvas and see an endless amount of pictures, opportunities, different forms of expression they like to put on that blank canvas. That is Yah. At this moment, Yah is the artist, the architect of all of creation. And he is looking at his blank canvas. What am I going to do with this? What is the end goal that I want before I even put the pencil down to make the first mark on the canvas? What's the end result of what I want it to look like? This is very important in life, that you know what you want the end to be from the beginning. As a child, you grow up already seeing adults married, having families, this, and the third. You might not know about how much, what it really entails to get there, but you know as a child, you want that end. You already have that end in mind, even as a child. So Yah is showing us here, it's important for us to have the end, the will that we desire to see come forth at the forefront before we even start the work. Now let's continue and see what takes place.
And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And a wind from Yah Elohim moved over the surface of the waters.
So we see here that you already have some raw materials that are out there. You have the waters, darkness on the face of the waters. Now, Yah cannot, because our finite minds could not understand it, tell us everything about creation. Nowhere does it tell us when water was made. Even darkness, we don't think about it, but darkness is a creation in itself. When was darkness made? There's certain things about Yah's creation that if we could truly contain it in this mind, your head would explode on your shoulders. So there's certain things we just have to be able to piece together with the details and information that is left on record, and then put it together for us to understand on our level as mortal men and women. So we see here this spirit of the Creator that is now hovering over these raw materials, hovering over the chaos, the void, in a sense. That painter, you got all your materials, all the different paint brushes you plan on using, all the different color assortions and the mixtures of colors that you've made. You got it all ready. But it's a little disorderly, right? You haven't organized it yet. You haven't formulated how you're going to put it on that canvas yet. This is where the Creator is at. The Spirit now going over the waters. The order is being set. And I'm going to go through Genesis 1 in this fashion, and then there's something else I want to bring up in this chapter after we get to chapter 2, verse 3. So I'm going to try to divide the thoughts as much as I can. So understanding how that spirit going over the waters and how it creates great order, that spirit within our lives and how it creates order. Every breath we take, it creates that order. That is the spirit of the Creator that we breathe. the unseen force that gives us all the vitality of life. That is what we're talking about right here. Tosif.
And Elohim said, there will be light, and there was light.
Creation being done through speech. As we know, this is a very fundamental part of our existence. This is something that we, being made in Yah's image, we can very well understand this. That a lot of times it takes for you to actually speak things into your reality for it to come about. And the speech starts with yourself. You got to tell yourself, this is what I want. And then working towards that and bringing that manifestation out. So we see here the creation of light through speech. And it's this light here that is created that in my meditations and understanding is the light of all of our souls at that time in its raw form. All potential, all possibility was right there in that light. The energy of your soul was already there. From the minute the Creator said, Beresheet bara Elohim et hashemayim et haaretz, all that energy was already out there. So this light that's being created is already in the existence of the Creator. Now, when we think of light, not just the sun, right? This is more of a primordial type of light that, you know, for those that might have seen pictures or images of the galaxy and how you see how the galaxy looks from way away. It just looks like a formation of light. So you have this formation of light taking place out there in the ether that the Creator is bringing about as he continues to order and create the universe as he sees fit. Tosif.
And Elohim saw the light that it was good. And Elohim divided the light from the darkness. And Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night.
So, question I have to ask. We see that the creation of light was called good. Why wasn't darkness called anything? He didn't even address it. He didn't call Koshek Tov. He didn't call Koshek Ra. So we see here that there is a necessary experience that comes about with darkness. And it is that balance, as we know through creation. In order to get to the point where I'm looking at a tree, I have to put that seed in the darkness, in the ground, for it to then come forth and become something that we can all visibly see. Any thought that we might have, or it starts with that dark place. Even when you close your eyes and you go into your deep meditations, it's pitch black. Unless one of y'all got a little light bulb somewhere in your head that you can turn on, it's pitch black when you close your eyes. And it also shows us that we are to be grateful for light. If you don't experience darkness, you won't be grateful for light. If we were just thrust into a world where it was brightness everywhere, we might not have the same appreciation for it as we would if there was actually a stage of darkness, a necessary evil in a sense, so that we can then appreciate the tov of the light that Yah brought forth. And we're going to see, even as we continue to go through, that there were some necessary evils to a degree that the Creator allowed and permitted, because it's a part of what makes the human experience the human experience. Tosif.
And there was evening and there was morning, day one.
So we see here that there was a mixture, once again, of light and darkness. I want us to consider darkness was present first. Light was then created. Then it said they had to be divided. So hold up. For me to have to divide something, that means that it was mixed up, jumbled up together. So this mixture of light and darkness was jumbled up together in the heavens. And we know this very well as evening, when light and darkness merge together when the sun is setting. So this is how we understand when the day works, or when the day begins, according to just the cosmology of what Yah is showing us here. Darkness is already present, light mixes in, there you have your evening. Now they're separate, and now they do their own purpose. But yet we still see that mixture every day, and it's a blessing to see that. And truly, there's really two. In the morning, for those that get up early, I know I go to work before the sun gets up, and I see when it's coming up. There's a mixture too right there. So you have that rainbow that's created in the sky in the morning and in the evening. Just the many blessings of Yah that he's given us, these portraits of his glory and his power throughout our life so that we can constantly be in a state of reflection and appreciation for life. For life itself is to be appreciated and all the fullness therein. Tosif.
And Elohim said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide water from water. And Elohim made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And Elohim called the firmament heaven. And there was evening, and there was morning, day 2.
Nothing on that day was called good. Why? Nowhere do we see Kitov called anything on day 2. Why? Because it was a necessary evil the Creator had to do. The separation of the upper waters from the lower waters. This separation that we have to experience in our life so that there's room to grow closer to Yah. If there was no separation, where are we growing towards? We already won. But now that there's a separation, now there's space for us to grow. There's space for us to make mistakes because Yah in his infinite wisdom knew we would make them. And now, seeing, that's why he didn't call the day good, but he didn't call it bad either. It was a necessary part of the creation and experience that makes our lives what it is. So we see here the beauty of that and really realizing that Yah gives us choice. He gives us an opportunity to choose to draw closer to him or not, when he could have easily made us cyborg-type robots like these people in power now are trying to make us. But Yah wanted us to have that choice so that we could willingly serve him. And thank Yah for that.
And Elohim said, let the waters under the heavens be gathered together to one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And Elohim called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters he called seas. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth grass, herb yielding seed, and fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, herb yielding seed after its kind, and tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after its kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And there was evening and there was morning, day 3.
So we see here that Yah is now formulating the earth, creating the necessary environment for the end goal of Adam and the human family to come forth after that, to have the right, terraformed earth for them, food that we can eat, animals that live on this earth, as we'll get to, that we can make clothing out of and do certain things with. So Yah was already setting the stage with the end goal in mind. If there was no end goal of humans living on this earth, what would be the purpose of food? Honestly, the animals can eat each other, right? So there are certain purposes that Yah put in this earth, and when we begin to investigate, we see that Yah created this as a place to be inhabited. Not as some other religions might have us believe, that we're all going to be somewhere up in a heavenly, castle, whatever they might think it is, living as a soul with no body. There's a reason why this soul we have was put into a body. So never forget that. So now that we have this habitation for us, for the sparks of the Creator are going to be put within the plants, within the animals, within the humans, the Creator is setting the stage for his great design.
And Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so.
So we see here now the giving of the understanding of why the celestial bodies are out there. They are not out there to be worshipped, as some other religions and cultures might do, but they are for us to track our days and our months and our years, for us to know our correct seasons. Real quickly, let's go to Psalms 104, verse 19. Because with all of these different celestial bodies we have to know which one plays what role. And it doesn't necessarily give it to us in black and white right here, but we use our understanding from other places in the Tanakh to put the whole puzzle together. So that's Psalms 104, verse 19.
He appointed the moons for seasons. The sun knows his going down.
So we see there in the Hebrew, first three words, Asa Yareach leMoadim. He made the moon for seasons. Moadim, it could mean seasons, and as we also very well know, meaning appointed times. So we know that our month, as it rotates, the month is fixated on the cycle of the moon. Then the purpose of the sun, which affects the germination of certain crops that then we know to calculate the year when that comes in Aviv to make sure we're in the right season. But from month to month, from Moed to Moed, we are looking at the Yerach, the Yareach, as we can see here, very plainly put. All right, we can go back now to Genesis 1.
And Elohim made the two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night, and the stars also. Elohim.
So, and the stars also, because, sometimes as Israelites, we might not think that the stars have a purpose, all those constellations, people in their zodiac sign, I'm not even going to deal with it. But there's a science and understanding in them as well. I don't think it's a coincidence that every Aviv, the mazel that is, or the mazel, the constellation that is in the sky, is the keves, or Aries, as people might say, the lamb. What are we doing in Aviv? Slaughtering lamb, Pesach, right? I don't find it a coincidence that in Kodesh Etanim, that the mazel in the sky is the Libra scales, or Moznaim. Balancing your weight in the balance. What happens in Etanim that we're still experiencing, that we just did, right? So I don't think these things have no purpose. So we can't be so fearful like, well, the nations, and they do their horoscopes and all that. So I don't even want to look into that stuff at all. It has a purpose. Research and understand. All right. Tosif. Okay. Cain, the navigation of those ships as well. Because the stars, as we know, our ancestors, hallelujah. As we know, our ancestors, and as they traveled, whether it was through the desert, through the sea, would use those stars as well to help navigate long before the days of GPS. So there's a great knowledge in knowing the Kokavim, their cycles, and how to properly know where you sit in them.
And Elohim set them in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. And there was evening and there was morning, day 4.
It is very important that we know the correct cycles and seasons of the Creator. And right here, let me pause for a second as well, because we're reading, as it says, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. These are not, just to make it plain, these are not 24-hour increment days. We do not know how the Creator was doing the time long before even the sun and moon. And I would even bid, even after the sun and moon are made, day 5 and day 6, I still don't think we're 24-hour periods. That's for us. The Creator doesn't understand the universe in time like that. Creator created time. So just as we go through these things, I want us to just keep that in the back of your mind. This isn't all just a 7-day, literally as we see it, 1-week project and it's over. There's a lot of things that go into this as the Creator has made the universe. So see.
And Elohim said, let the waters swarm abundantly with moving creatures that have life, and let birds fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven.
All right. So as we see here with the days of creation, there is a mirroring effect that takes place with day 1 through 3, and then 4 through 6. 1 and 4 mirror each other. Light was created on the first day. On the 4th day, the sun and the moon, the great lights in the sky were created. Day 2, the upper waters and the lower waters were divided. Day 5, as we're going to see, now the sky and the sea are the first ones to be given those life forms within them. So there's a mirroring take place. And as we're going to see when we get to day 6, the same thing. Day 3, earth was made. Day 6, now the earth is filled with inhabitants. So there's a mirroring effect going on in this creation. Just keeping that in mind as well.
And Elohim created the great crocodiles and every living creature that moves, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged bird after its kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters and the seas, and let birds multiply in the earth. And there was evening, and there was morning, day 5.
The main purpose that these animals in the sea and in the heavens were put within the earth is to be fruitful and to multiply, to prolong the life expectancy, or prolong the life of the species. This was the purpose that they were put on this earth. And this is also how natural selection also came within the midst. Because the Creator knows, I mean, even of the same kind of dog, the same kind of cat, the same kind of whatever animal we're talking about, there's still going to be some stronger ones and some weaker ones among them. And the Creator putting this in place to now allow natural selection to take its course and allow all species, be it a bird in the heavens, be it a fish in the sea, for all of these species to continue to grow to their optimum level of health and excellency as Yah desired for them to be.
And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth living creatures after their kind, cattle and creeping things and beasts of the earth after their kind. And it was so. And Elohim made the beasts of the earth after their kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creeps on the earth after its kind. And Elohim said that it was good. And Elohim said, let us make man.
Slika. Okay. All right, so we see here the earth on this day 6 is now being filled with all of the many animals and what have you that fill this earth, the many beasts, behemoth, that fill this earth. And just for a second, let's just think about all of the many unique, different kinds of plants and animals, birds and fish that are truly on this earth. Yah allowed all of them to have their own unique design, everybody having their own inclinations according to their species. Yah's wisdom is truly marvelous, something that cannot be measured, it cannot be contained. And just like all of these things have their own separate and unique niche about them, best believe we're no different. We all have our own special, unique niches that Yah blessed us with, that he put within our soul from the very beginning. And it is on us and the life experience Yah puts us through to bring those things out. So let's move now into verse 26.
And Elohim said, let us make mankind in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and every creeping thing that creepeth on the earth.
So we see here that Elohim is saying, let us make man in our image. So, of course, the obvious question is, who is the us? You know, Christians, they have their answer for this. Various other religions, they have their answer. But we must remember that the Creator in his creation used many different forces of nature, be it earth, be it water, be it wind, be it fire, be it the ether, be it all of the knowledge, the wisdom, the understanding. Yah used all of these rukot in creation. And I will say, there was Malachim more likely a part of this as well. That doesn't mean that it was JC. I mean, look, Christians going to find a way to shoehorn that dude into whatever. That doesn't mean that I'm going to refrain from saying what it is. There was Malachim there as well, because as we know, look at our bodies, look at our form, and we know that, of course, Malachim can take any form the Creator desires for them, but I would have to bid that the main form is in the form of a human type of an individual, or as we know it, in our form. And this was why we see there Cain. So, and this is why we see there the beauty of it, because this being essentially the first temple, the image and the idea of Adam was a temple in the heavens. And that's why when we even get to the point of now the building of the temple during the times of Solomon, and how the temple is built to even show the human body, and then how we can relate to the Creator. So this was that first temple. And now us being formed in the image thereof, and how we can draw closer to Yah, and the many blessings we've been given to have wisdom, to have understanding, to have knowledge, all these things at our disposal, is because we are made in Yah's image. And it's truly a blessing to have just that. Tosif.
So Elohim created mankind in his own image. In the image of Elohim, he created him. Male and female, he created them.
So there's a lot right there. There's a lot right there. So we see here that Yah is setting the order. The fact that it says, and let me just find it in the Hebrew real quick, so I can, yes. Bara oto, he made him. Zakar w'nekweba bara otam, he made them. So the reason why it kind of uses it in this doubling entendre kind of way is to show that both the masculine and the feminine principle are within man. Same thing with a woman, doesn't make a difference. The masculine and feminine principle are in all of us. But it does show, as it's saying, he made him, which one of these energies is supposed to be the leading energy. And we see that being an understanding that the masculine energy, the men are the ones that are supposed to lead. So even with this, we're being shown that image. We're being shown that model in how the Creator even said how man was made. Tosif.
And Elohim blessed them. And Elohim said to them, be fruitful and multiply, replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves on the earth.
All right. So we see here in that 28th verse that when the Creator is saying to them, be fruitful and multiply and to rule over and subdue the earth, the Creator says it to them. Wayomer lahem, not wayomer lo. So understand that in this ruling and governing of the earth, men and women must help each other. This isn't just a men running the show and shut up, don't tell me nothing, I'm going to do what I want. No. Lahem, to them, we were both told, masculine and feminine, that we are to govern and subdue and have dominion on this earth together. And we will be shown even through the Sidrah the correct order of that. This is the Creator's design. And we also have to see, he said, Peru urvu, be fruitful and multiply, because you can't subdue nothing with just you and your wife. You need some numbers. We got a whole world, a whole earth filled of animals and big old birds and fish in the sea that could swallow anybody. You telling me you're going to take this over with just you and your spouse? Y'all better have some children. Couple generations of them, fill the earth. You have to have chess pieces on the board to play the game. You got to have that, you know, that roulette, when that thing go around, you better have your chip on the table if you expect to hit something and get anything out of the equation. Please understand, nation of Israel, we must grow, and it has to be done the right way. That doesn't mean just go out and make babies haphazardly. Things that are supposed to be done in its correct order and structure. Okay, Joseph.
And Elohim said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree on which is the fruit yielding seed. To you it shall be for food.
So we see here that the vegetarian diet is the first diet that's introduced to the earth. And we have to remember at this time that this was before the fall. This was before a lot of the corruption that took place, even amongst the animals and how they relate with one another. Because as we're about to see, that the Creator even set those foods on this earth, even for the animals. Lions weren't supposed to be eating up, gazelles and all this other kind of stuff. If we never fell, everybody would have been eating those same vegetables and all those and surviving off of that. But then once the fall happens, okay, now you got animals fighting each other for supremacy and their different habitations and all these other things that take place. The Creator throw us in the mix. Say, you might need to help out them animals because they over there having a whole civil war. Y'all need to go help them and eat a few of them up too. So we have to remember this was all pre-fall and what the Creator set in order, and just understand why certain things changed, but why it was how it is at this time.
And to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the air, and to everything that creeps on the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for food.
Everything.
And it was so. And Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And there was evening, and there was morning, day 6.
What was very good about it was the fact that everything was operating in the proper order that the Creator set for it in the beginning. If we look at the world now, a lot of things are out of order. As humans, animals, a lot of stuff is because of our corruption thereof. But there's a lot of things that are out of order because of our doing as humans. So therefore, it would not be very good right now. But at that time of creation, it was very good. Everything is operating at its highest level of optimal performance at that time. And so let's all strive to understand that we will not be very good in the eyes of the Creator until we do the order as he said and not try to change it. Nothing is going to come out of trying to change the order of Yehovah Elohim. Let's move into chapter 2.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all their hosts. And by the 7th day Elohim ended his work which he had done, and he rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had done. And Elohim blessed the 7th day and sanctified it, because in it he rested from all his work which Elohim had created and performed.
So remembering that this is referring to the Creator ceasing from his work, because the Creator does not rest. The creative energies of the universe continue to go and to go. But as we know that this is referring to a certain kind of work that was ceased, of that creation of the universe on that level. And now the Creator can cease from that work and then allow the laws that he's put within his creation to then operate. And the blessing of the Shabbat day. Man, y'all don't know. When I was coming into law, the blessing of learning about the Shabbat day and learning to keep it, and how I always refer to it with other people is, it's like double dutch. At first, when you, as a person that might just be coming into law, just now be trying to learn how to keep Shabbat, it's like double dutch. You sitting there on the outside like this. Which Shabbat am I going to keep? Which one? I know another one's coming. You're just sitting there going back and forth. But you just got to jump in. Doing all that stuff they be doing, I don't know. I can barely get in there and get 3-4 steps off, but that blessing of once you're in the mode of it, you are now in the system, in the rhythm, and Yah blessing you with that spiritual elevation, that spiritual healing, the knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Yah is truly a power to be revered above all other. All praise be to Yah Yisrael. At this time, I do want to, before we get back into the Sidrah, I want to focus on a thought that I had about the days of creation we just went through, now that we just finished with the 7th day. So this is going to be an idea that I give for you all as a meditative idea, using the days of creation for this practice that you can do. You can do it focusing on just one day, or through the whole meditation, you can go through each day. So I'll explain it to you all now, and for those that might want me to put it somewhere where you all can look at it later, just let me know. But for day 1, as we know, light and darkness. Light was created, and then you have darkness there, the separation thereof. At this point in our meditation, of course, you want to find yourself a nice, good place, whether it be sitting down, sitting in a chair, Indian stance on the ground, whatever, legs crossed, making sure you're comfortable. Eyes are closed, deep breathing. The light and the darkness, day 1. You are using the Torah, the light of the Torah, to help separate the things that you do and the light thereof from the darkness are the things that you are still trying to work on. Separating them. This part of it is very important. It's almost like having a vision board where you have to put it out so you can actually see it. Knowing the things that you do that are righteous in the light of Yah and the things that you do that are in the darkness. Those things. This is just a meditative aspect. Put it out there. You'll be surprised what your mind, the thoughts your mind will give you when you just put details of your own life in front of you. Your mind will tell you what to do. You won't even really have to force it, but you have to create the space to do it. Day 2, firmament, separating your higher self from your lower self. We know that this is when the waters were separated. So consider during this day of the meditation or day of creation that your separation of your higher self, that inner prophet, that inner prophetess, that inner king and queen, servant of the Creator at the highest level, that higher self and your lower self where you are right now. Meditating on that, being able to draw that aspect of your soul into your physical to then use that energy going forward in your life. That's day 2. Day 3, forming of the earth. This is now where you take all that mental energy you've been culminating and focusing it on one point. Like when the Creator took all those waters, brought them to one point and made the earth. Focus. Use your breath for that point of focus. Come into the meditation with an intention as your point of focus. Whatever it is you might desire to do, use it to grow closer to the Creator in that aspect. Day 3, having that one-pointed focus. Day 4, ordering in the heavens. We know that there was the sun and the moon in this aspect of the meditation. Ordering your intellectual, your IQ, your logic, as well as your EQ, your emotional intelligence. Both of these are important. And to order your heavens, right, you have to put your IQ and your EQ in the proper balance. So doing these things in a meditative aspect, understanding day 4 in the order put in the heavens. Day 5, the life that's put in the heavens and the seas. These now are when you now sit in your meditation and begin to form the mental neural pathways and methods to keep yourself on the plan that you are creating. You creating the neural pathways to prevent distractions that you already know. If a certain thought comes up, I already know what thought I'm going to come up with to counter that. That's the life in the heavens and the sea. You using this aspect in your life. And if I'm sure all of you all know, and if you don't, you'll learn soon, your mind will fight against you if you do not know how to control it. And these things are very important. So put life into your heavens and your sea. The life, now day 6, life on earth and Adam. This now is where your meditation, all the planning and the focus, everything you've put together now culminate into you bringing it into the physical. Because all ideas are great until you actually have to do it. So it's day 6 now where you then plan and begin to do the physical habits to create and maintain that homeostasis and the physical manifestation of all of that meditation. And then day 7, wash, rinse, repeat. Rest, analyze, and then build that mental strength going forward. So each one of these days, we could use them as points of meditation. And I hope that some of you all might utilize that in your own life for your own spiritual growth and development. And for those that might want me to put it down, I can put it down somewhere later. All right. So now let's get back onto the portion. We're picking back up in chapter 2 of Beresheet, verse 4. Okay.
These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created in the day that Yah Elohim made earth and heaven. No shrub of the field was yet in the earth, and no herb of the field had yet sprung up. For Yah Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth.
Why?
And there was not a man to till the ground.
There was no worker yet, so there was no need to create the work. Once the worker was created, all right, now we have a purpose for the work. Man, your purpose on this earth is to work. Work. Can't say that enough. Nothing's going to be given without work. So understand that is our purpose. And the universe, the creation, stands at a balance until we work. So never be fearful of that. Tosif.
But there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. Then Yah Elohim formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And man became a living soul.
So we see here that there was a dew that came up, something kind of like a morning dew, that very pure mayim that comes out in the morning, and the Creator using that to then form the housing, the temple of what is our bodies. And then, of course, he had to do a very important step, which is breathing the breath of life, the nishmat chayim, into Adam. So we see here that there's a few words used, and there were some words used for the animals and the birds that I didn't focus on as of yet because I wanted to do it here. Nefesh kaya. As we all know, we have a nefesh. The kaya is the life force energy. Another word could be kiyut, referring to vitality. You know, some of our brothers and sisters in the Far East, they refer to this as chi. Kai, energy. So that nefesh kaya, a living soul, a soul that has the kai, the chi energy running within them that makes them what they are, a living being. And there's different aspects of this, which might have to be saved for another day. And I don't want to go too far off. But just understanding that there are different levels and layers to our soul, and it's important that they are all in the correct balance and order that Yah has set. Tosif.
And Yah Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yah Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So in this garden, it's a garden filled with all kinds of possibilities, all kinds of choices that can be made. That opportunity to just do what it is that your heart desires. And we will see how this thing plays out for Adam and for his soon-to-be Hawa that comes on the scene. But the garden here is going to be a very interesting part of the story in a minute. And the river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became 4 heads. The name of the first is Pishon, that is it which compasseth the whole land of Hawilah, where there is gold. As this is the Pishon being the White Nile. And the gold of the land is good. There is bdellium and onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasseth the whole land of Cush. And the name of the third river is the Tigris. That is which goeth toward the east of Ashur. And the fourth river is the Euphrates. So the Gihon being the Blue Nile, both the White and the Blue Nile being located in East Africa. Then we have the Tigris and the Euphrates, both located in the Iraq region. So all of this being the Fertile Crescent, where the Creator made man and then allowed us from there to inhabit and to continue to explore throughout the world that he created for us. Yah Elohim took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. All right, so once again, we are being shown clues here as men what our purpose on this planet is to do. It says to work. Hold on, let me find, I want to make sure that I'm looking at the right Hebrew here. Right, and it says le'avda, to work, ushamra, and to guard. When people ask what's a man's purpose on this earth, provide, protect. As you can see here, avda, to work and provide, ushamra, to protect and to guard. This is our role as men on this earth. And when we do not live up to this role, the earth suffers. Our women, our children suffer. The creation in itself suffers. We cannot drop the ball on our role to work, to provide, and to protect. Tosif. And Yah Elohim commanded the man, saying, Of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die.
So we see here that another aspect of the role of man is to follow the instructions of Yah. Bottom line, easiest answer in the test right there. Follow the commandments of Yah. That is our role as men on this earth. And we're going to see how Adam deals with this test in a minute. But never forget, that is, without that, we have nothing else. Because guess what? I could provide and protect women in the wrong direction, doing the wrong thing. So this is the primary aspect of it all, that you as a man are grounded in Yah's commandments, and that everything that you're leading and governing is in that same energy and light. Bottom line. Tosif.
And Elohim, Yah Elohim said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet for him.
Hallelujah for that. While I get my thought out, can you go to Psalms 33, verse 15? So the aspect of man should not be alone, because we were created to live interdependently with one another, man and woman, where we are both dependent on one another and we need each other to survive. Bottom line, our society right now is trying to teach us a whole other thought. I mean, to even say, women, you need a man, is a curse to some people. To even for me to say that, you need a man, that's a curse. But it's no different if I say, brother, you need a woman. Will you say that to men? No, we understand. We ain't fighting that. Brothers, yeah, we need women, yes. But society's taking our sisters that when we say you need a man, huh? What you just call me? You call me out my name? That's almost how bad it is now. And I'm heartened, seriously hurt that it's like that. And I pray daily for the relationships between black men and black women holistically to be healed, but we need each other. Let's read this here. Psalms 33, verse 15.
He who fashions their hearts alike, who considers all their deeds.
So we see here, Hayotzer Yakad Libam, Hamevin El Kol Ma'asehem. So the former, that was one of the words that we use today, the Creator being the former, Hayotzer Yakad Libam. He fashioned our hearts together. What am I going for with this? We all have the same desires as humans. We all want peace in our life. We all want love in our life. We all want a family. But see, the thing is, life experience, be it good, bad, or somewhere in between, will over time make people turn on their real soul's desire. Your soul desires to have a family. Your soul desires to be with somebody. And we cannot allow the hurt and the pain of the world to cause us to go against what our soul was made to do. We must love one another through the pain. We must be able to give each other that space to heal when they have gone through experiences that now cause them to come into a situation with you kind of slanted because they've been dealing with something already that they didn't necessarily get through. But we know everybody wants the same thing. So give people that patience and be humble to allow them to grow and to heal so that we can all get back in line with this fundamental desire of our soul, which is to not be alone and to have somebody. Joseph.
Beresheet.
Cain, Slika, Beresheet, yes, back in verse 19, chapter 2.
And out of the ground, Yah Elohim formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto the man to see what he would call them. And whatsoever the man would call every living creature, that was to be the name thereof. And the man gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam, there was not found a helpmeet for him.
I feel sorry for you, brother. So we see here that another part or the role of what is a man's purpose on this earth. As we see, he is defining his reality. When those animals are being brought to him and him naming them, he is defining his environment. He's defining the things around him. And now he is organizing them and ordering them so that they can be in their correct kind and jurisdiction of that sense. So we know when he saw a lion cut him up, he already knew, okay, this is in the feline family. He was naming it. This is what it became. He didn't then see a coyote come up and then throw them in that same family with his naming of these things. He understood what the wisdom Yah gave him, how to properly divide these things up, organizing his reality. And as men, this is another aspect of what our role is in the world, to define those things. Joseph.
And Yah Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the place with flesh instead thereof. And the rib which Yah Elohim had taken from the man made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And the man said, This is now bone of my bone, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of a man.
Amen. Hallelujah. So thanking Yah Yisrael for the blessing of creating women. Truly, women you all are truly beautiful, something to behold, and a very strong force within the nation of Israel and any home that you give your energy and your allegiance to. You know, women have a special power about them to motivate men to do what they might not want to do all the time. You know, let me put it this way, brothers. If it was too easy, would you go to school, try to get a job, try to get a house? If it was just too easy, more likely than not, some people would just kind of do the short end route. If it was really that easy. But Torah Yah, that blessing, y'all are a motivation that y'all don't even understand that y'all are. Even without being, women are a great motivation and strength for men, strength for the family, strength for the world. So thankful unto Yah for this thing that he has given, this blessing of woman that he has given us.
Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed.
So we see here that as we've gone through this chapter, the many different roles of what it is that makes a man, following the Creator's commandments, providing, protecting, and doing all of these things in order so that then when you take that woman, you have the right resources and intellect, frame of mind that you need to lead her in the ways of the Creator. We cannot jump steps, because if I can barely put food in my mouth, how in the world am I going to do it for somebody else? If I can't protect myself, how am I going to protect somebody else? So as men, we have to be mindful of, we have to do this first for us so that our women feel the safety and the security to play their role and position. So everybody's important in this thing, and let's not forget to play our role. So see now as we move into the third chapter.
Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which Yah Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath Elohim said, Ye shall not eat of the tree of the garden?
All right, so we see here that now a Nakash is on the scene. Now, I know that there's many different ways you could look at this, whether it was a fallen one, fallen angel, whether it was the temptation of the mind, what have you. I know that this community's teachings is, you know, that there was some form of upright being that this was doing this thing. And so keeping that in mind as well as we go through, but more so understanding it on the side of just the temptation of the mind, something that is very, very dangerous if we don't know how to deal with that temptation. Now, we see here that the Nakash, he looked at the Adam, he looked at Hawa. Which one am I going to try to come to with this plan? He went to Hawa. Why is that? When we understand masculine and feminine energy by nature is more receptive. Masculine energy is more assertive in trying to assert your will. Feminine energy is more receptive. The Nakash is no fool. So he went to the woman, knowing that she's going to be more receptive to this idea, this ploy, than Adam might have. And that might also be why in Egypt, when we were in captivity, or when we were taking out some cities and going through some places, that we would make sure all the men were dead, but all the women, we keep them alive because they can be easily assimilated into our system. But men, it's not really the case. Y'all brothers got to go. So Nakash was very strategic in who he chose to come to try to bring this ploy. You know, if I were to refer to men and women as shapes, you know, men, we'd be squares, women would be circles. You know, squares, you know, we very finite line, corner here, defining thing here. Women more circles, just kind of going with the flow, you know, more so of a thing. So there's a reason why we are all a part of this thing called man and woman and family. But we have to understand why certain things are the way they are. So let's continue.
And the woman said unto the serpent, of the fruit of the tree of the garden we may eat, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim hath said, he shall not eat of it, neither shall he touch it, lest ye die.
So we see here that there's two different ways we can look at this. There was just this shows a very simple breakdown in the order of how the Creator made man and woman. Because if Adam was doing his job and told Hawa, do not touch that tree. Don't go over there, eat it. Don't do anything with that tree, because the Creator, as we can go back and look, the Creator commanded Adam, don't touch the tree. Hawa wasn't around yet. So Adam, it was your job to go and relay that message to the one you're supposed to be leading to not deal with that tree. So either Adam dropped the ball, or Hawa did not want to play second fiddle to the man running the show. And she wanted to go out and try to figure out a way for her to get her leadership and power and authority outside of Adam. So it could be one or the other. Could have been a little bit of both. Who knows? This is all for us to have conversation about. So let's go into it. Proceed.
And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die. For Elohim doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as God, as Elohim, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof and did eat.
So we see here that the Nakash spoke to her heart's desire. The Nakash knew that she was seeking wisdom and power of some form or fashion outside of the masculine guidance she was brought in the earth with, and her trying to go outside of that protection, really, to go seek something for herself in that regard. Nakash spoke to that because he read that on her like, you know, reading black words on a white piece of paper. He read it. So therefore, now he's got her ear. He's able to then lead her down that deceptive path, because when you put yourself out there and you're looking for something, it might come find you, but not in the way you think it will. So be careful what you ask for, what you go seeking, what doors you go knocking on. So let's see as this plays out. If you could read verse 6 one more time for me, I'm sorry.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and she did eat. And she gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat.
So, you know, how am I going to put this? You know, it doesn't matter who it is that comes to you, your wife, your father, your mother, your child. If anybody's coming to you to do something, telling you to do something that is not in accordance with Yah's command, do not do it. Does not matter who it is. It could be the most revered person in your life that you revere and look at with the highest regard. If they tell you, go do something Yah said don't do it. And at this time, we see that Adam You know, women are beautiful, right? I said that. Adam, in his infatuation and just kind of getting caught in the moment of her beauty, forgot to ask that very important question. Where'd you get that fruit? What tree did you get that from? Now, granted, I know we don't necessarily see it as a fruit and all that other kind of stuff, but just rock with me here. Rock with me here. All right, so he did not ask, where did you get that piece of fruit? Before he just, oh, okay, whoop. We have to be able to ask those kind of questions. And boy, can I think of with this how, we're in a time right now where in Black women's rise in love for themselves, which is a beautiful thing to behold. In the midst of that, you have other religions that will put in doctrinal ideas that can hurt that along the way. One example I think of is our Hotep brothers and sisters that will tell our sisters, oh, you God, you know what I'm saying, da-da-da, you the one created Queen Mother, heaven and earth, da-da-da, but you already know what they're looking for, which is another conversation. But ultimately, this kind of gets mixed in with the elevation of our woman's love for themselves at times. And Hawa, this is what she was seeking, to be like God, to be wise, outside of Adam for herself. And the destruction that created, unfortunately, because the man is there to guide the raw power of feminine energy. Because if you don't allow the righteous masculine energy to guide that raw feminine power, then you're going to have evil, deceptive, wicked masculine energy come in and do it anyway. Bottom line, look at America. They don't want to listen to black men, but guess what? The white men pulling the strings are still out here governing the feminine energy in our communities. So pick your poison. Choose what masculine energy you want to deal with, consciously or unconsciously. Just put it out there. All right, let's keep going.
And the eyes of them both were open, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves girdles.
So, clearly because they were using a certain part of their body that they now realize, oh, I probably shouldn't have this exposed. I'm just going to leave that there.
And they heard the voice of Yah Elohim walking in the garden toward the cool of the day. And the man and his wife hid themselves from the presence of Yah Elohim amongst the trees of the garden. And Yah Elohim called unto the man and said unto him, Where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told thee thou wast naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee thou shouldest not eat?
Now, if we looked at the Hebrew of this, the English in itself makes it already pretty clear. But when the Creator is saying, have I not commanded thee that you should not eat it? He's talking specifically to Adam. Because going all the way back, it was initially given to Adam before Hawa was even there. So Adam, what's the issue? What's going on here? It's always going to fall back on you, man. What is the issue? I put you in charge. This is going off the rails. What's wrong?
And the man said, the woman did it.
The issues.
The woman who thou gavest to be with me,
why?
She gave me of the tree, and I did eat.
So we see here that Adam is passing the blame, not taking that accountability for what it is that he did. And as men, this happens in any situation, men, women alike. It doesn't make a difference when we pass the buck and you blame somebody else for a decision you made, whether it was consciously, unconsciously, he just took the fruit, boom, didn't consciously process what he was doing, whatever it is. We are responsible. And the thing is, we cannot blame, Hawa was a gift. Women are a gift to us. And we cannot then turn around and blame the gift for how we misuse the gift. How does that look? We look kind of foolish doing that. Adam, I don't know what he was thinking at that time. But we cannot blame our women, blame people that might peer pressure you to do something. you know, just because you have something that was given in you. I mean, let's be honest. The Creator put lust in us for a certain purpose. But if I misuse that, you know, and go out here and fornicate with somebody I shouldn't be, I can't turn around, Creator, you put the spirit of lust in me, so I mean, come on now. We cannot blame the energy and the spirit we were given, the blessing of our women that we were given, anything we were given to try to pass the buck on us being accountable for what we did. Tosif.
And Elohim said unto the woman, what is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, the serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. And Elohim said unto the serpent,
Slika. So just want to mention there. So we have to be careful when people come to us with, as I would say, sweet nothings, filling your ear with what you want to hear, but it has no substance. And, you know, same thing like I said before, you got Hotep brothers that'll tell you that you Queen Mother God from here all the way to Mars, because guess what they trying to do? Same thing Nakash did, get his seed in the earth. So they'll tell you what you want to hear, but be careful. And, you know, Hawa, she should have been more mindful in that moment. Nakash gonna say whatever Nakash needs to say to get what he's trying to get out of you. Sisters, be careful. A man will tell you anything you want to hear to get what he's trying to get out of you. And guess what? That's why Yah said men should vet the man that's going to be with your daughter, because who can smell BS more than another man? Sorry, there's a reason for it all. Let's operate in that order. Tosif.
and Yah Elohim said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, cursed art thou from among all the cattle and from among all the beasts of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. They shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise their heel.
So we see here how there will be a war, in a sense, going on between the Adamic seed and the serpent seed, this alternate ideal, this negative inclination that's now being put within the souls of mankind, and how that now mixed into now what we have currently.
Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy pain and thy travail. In pain thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee.
So we see there that I know that sometimes our sisters will look at this as a curse. The only aspect of this that's truly a curse is that pain during childbirth. That, sorry sisters, that, yeah, I feel for you. I've seen, you know, just the strength of women in that. And, you know, I don't envy you, but I love you. And, but that being the part that's truly actually more so a curse in this aspect. But the other parts of this is just the Creator making known what Adam should have already made known by him saying that your desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. And I'm going to get to the rule over the aspect in a minute. But Elohim is telling her this because Adam clearly dropped the ball when Hawa was made, and not say, you know, Hawa told her, Abba, you're beautiful. I'm glad that you're here. I'm running the show. You know, Creator made me the leader. You helping me, and we're doing this thing. He didn't make that plain. Elohim had to come back. Okay, Adam, you didn't do your job. Well, I'm going to tell her straight. This is what it is. So it wasn't a curse like it wasn't this beforehand, but it was just, it needed to be explained. So now when we get to the aspect of how it's saying rule over, there's a couple aspects or words I want to see, because the words that were used here are very, very telling. So far, this is the third word in the Torah up to this point that is used when it refers to ruling over something. First, we had Radah, which was when Adam was being told that he's going to rule over the fish of the sea, the birds in the sky, what have you. Radah means to rule over, literally, or to have dominion over. All right, so that's a more, you know, a dominant kind of a level of things. Then we have Kabash, which is also used also in the same instance when the Creator is telling Adam and Hawa, you're going to rule over beasts of the earth, da-da-da. Kabash means to subdue, keep under, bring into bondage. So both of these so far have been used, but in other aspects. The word that's used here when it's referring to a man ruling over his woman is mashal. Everybody say mashal for me real quick. Mashal. So with this word mashal, it's very telling here because mashal, while it does mean to govern, to rule over, this is the same mashal verb that was used when the sun and the moon were put in the sky and the Creator said, you're going to rule over the day, sun's going to rule over the day, moon's going to rule over the night. Mashal is used in that verse. So we see, how do the sun and moon relate? It's a homeostasis. They both have strengths. They both have their aspects, but we know that the moon is reflecting the sun's light, right? Now, another aspect where mashal is used, which is going to get into when Moreh comes up to finish the Sidrah, is that when Cain is premeditating to kill Abel, and the Creator comes to him and says, you have the power to rule over the sin. It's using mashal in that example as well. So when we're talking about a man ruling over a wife, what are we really talking about? And I'm going to say another thing of another word, what mashal means. Proverb. The book of Mishle, Proverbs. So a man is supposed to govern and rule over his wife with proverbial wisdom and understanding of her role, your role, and how we work this thing together. Not a dominance, you're just doing what I'm saying, ain't nothing you gonna say, my way or the highway. That's not what we're talking about here. This is a special kind of rulership. But once again, sisters, you must respect that the man was given that. You must respect that order. And we always have problems when we go outside of that. We must respect it. And men, we must give them something to respect in that regard as well. Tosif.
And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it, curses the ground for thy sake, and toil shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it wast thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust thou shalt return.
So the Creator is saying that men, we are the vanguards of the Creator's law. And we cannot allow, as I said before, any voice, be it your wife or whoever else, to lead you off track. Is the Creator saying here, don't listen to your wife at all? Of course not. That would be a very ignorant reading of what we're talking about right here. But it is talking about the proper order of how we understand how men and women are supposed to relate and go about our relationships and building of families together. And the curse, of course, now for Adam, now we got to work harder. Sorry, brothers. We already had to work, but now it's going to be a little harder. You're going to have to put a little bit more sweat in, a little more elbow grease. It is what it is.
And the man called his wife's name Hawa, because she was the mother of all living.
As we know her name, Hawa, in the word for life, Chai, Chaya.
And Yah Elohim made for Adam and for his wife garments of skins and clothed them. And Yah Elohim said, behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever, therefore Yah Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which he was taken.
So we have to ask the question, was it in the Creator's idea for us to live forever? It does pose the question. That's one of those things that we could all theorize, philosophize about, but none of us truly will know. My idea, I think that our soul does continue in another form. My own personal, perspective on things, and in my meditations, what I've come to. The body that we are in cannot live forever. This body cannot live forever. The soul that is within your body, the breath of life, that goes on. We can go into Ecclesiastes. That goes back to the Creator. And what the Creator does with it is what he does. But we have to know that this could have been an idea for the Creator for us all to experience. Joseph.
So he drove out the man, and he placed him east of the Garden of Eden, the cherubim, and the flaming sword, which turned every way to keep the way to the tree of life.
Amen. So even though we were put out of the garden at that time and we weren't given access to the tree of life, for the sake of time, I'm not going to go there, but in Proverbs chapter 3, that we know how the tree of life is referred to as following the law of Yah. So while that direct access to the Garden of Eden, as Adam knew it at that time, was blocked off, we still have that ability to access the Garden of Eden through our own service, our own zeal to serve the Creator on that high level, walking in the light of Yah, walking in the Torah all the days of our lives. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Thanking Yah Yisrael for life. And at this time, we're going to be switching to Moreh Shemuel, picking up in chapter 4 of Beresheet. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Shabbat shalom lachem, shivu v'akusha. Okay, we continue in the 4th chapter of Beresheet. We thank Yah that we've been able to go through the holy season and restart our Torah cycle. Like last night, I normally do a Hebrew reading class with some of the young brothers. What I encourage them to do is to begin reading the entire Tanakh as we've restarted from Genesis. Just take 2 chapters a day and you can, in time, complete the entire Tanakh. And I even told them, many of them at their ages already had done it before. So the history that we find in the book of Beresheet, of Genesis, much of it people can say is conjecture, because it's so much opinions people have come up with as to what actually happened. But over the years of me doing the research on this portion, has always been an intriguing portion for the nation of Israel. Over the years, I've tried to put together all of the research that I've done to help us to get a better understanding of what transpired in that beginning. When we look at the Tanakh, many people would say it's a history book. It's a history book of a nation of people. So you're going to find that the history we find in the Tanakh is going to be confined to our history. If it's not dealing with our history, it is not really in the Tanakh. If you want to read about the Babylonians in depth, you got to go to Babylonian history. So when we look at the nation of Israel and we look at the Genesis and the Adam and Eve, we're going back. If you have an idea of what a family tree is, we're going back to our earliest ancestor. Okay? So let's see how the conception started for us, our genealogy to begin in Genesis, the 4th chapter.
And the man knew Kawa his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, I have gotten a man with the help of Elohim.
So in the scriptures, we all know when we say someone knew his wife, it's meaning physical or sexual intercourse. Okay? So Adam and Eve, from what in the previous chapter we saw they encountered, Eve was taught about the birds and the bees by a superior being. This being, as Misharaite Natanyahu said, he wanted to get his seed in the earth. Part of that information, if you go to ancient history, you're going to see a lot of ancient history is oral history. You have in Africa someone called a griot, that a griot can sit and orally relate, especially for the sake of a wedding, to ensure that the people getting married are not closely related. He goes in and he relates that history orally. So when you look at the litmus test of Western civilization, of what history should be, many times African history fails that litmus test. Because we pass on our history many times orally. They have written accounts, but many times it's orally, because the way a person can give the message over, it is, in a flashy way. A griot can put jokes in the history, all of that, and this is the way it's given here. So in oral history, there was a story of a war in heaven. And in this war in heaven, there was a separation of the angelic beings. Some of them were cast out and some of them remained in service to the Creator. And these angelic beings, the evil ones, came to earth and they were influencing civilizations, as you're going to see the story plays out, and influencing the minds of beings. And one of these beings that was influenced was the Nachash, that serpent. And he was determined to get into the bloodline of Kawa, or man, and through Kawa, because she was the mother of all living. That was the only way he was able to get his lineage in, through the one that was bringing forth seed, which was Eve. We already saw that Adam had the X and Y chromosome even up to today, and Eve, she was the one that is said one of his sides, basically is what the Hebrew says, one of his sides was separated from him. So that entire XX chromosome is what Eve became. You can still go scientifically today, XY, XX as the man, the male and the female. Even if a person desires to become an experiment and switch stuff up, still, when you do the DNA testing, it's either XX or XY. They cannot change that. So here, Adam goes with his Isha Eve, and they bring forth a king, and he says, I've gotten a man with the help of Jehovah, because he knew what exactly she was dealing with Nakash, what he looked like, and to see a human being come out, it was like, this is, a strange situation. It has to be the Most High to help us to get a child that looks man-like, even though the father was not man-like. Tamshi?
And again she bore his brother Avel, and Avel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was the tiller of the ground.
Right, two different characteristics. Children, some people say they were twins. Children, I've seen twins totally opposite. So they had different spirits. Not saying that either of these professions bring a good spirit or a bad spirit, but they had different spirits.
And in the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought the fruit of the ground, an offering unto Yah. And Avel, he also brought of the firstling of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And Yah had respect for Avel, and to his offering. But unto Cain, and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell.
So we see they're offering offerings to the Creator. It was natural that the Most High blessed them. They offer the offerings, the increase of whatsoever they were dealing with. Cain was dealing with the fruit of the land. Abel, he was dealing with the animals. So they each brought their respective offerings. But we see Cain, his offering was not respected, and he felt bad about it. The thing about Adam, as he was made, as human beings, as we're made, our very structure was created to serve the Creator. Our very structure, it houses the Creator Spirit, to use that word, and it everything in us links back to communication with the Holy One of Israel. In your spare time, you can look at the relationship between your organs and the spiritual realm. Like I've said before, just like today we have a cell phone, it's a physical thing, but it allows you to have access to things unseen. Because when I send a text to you, you don't actually see that text in the air going to drop into someone else's phone. Okay? Science has used what already existed from the Creator to further their inventions. So there are unseen energies that text can float on, okay, through the cables. You don't see that data running through, but it goes and it gets to your phone. Otherwise, someone could be able to intercept. Let me see what it's saying. But it's not like that. So today, your organs in your body, they're like that. You have people speak about the gut feeling. You know, sometimes it's like, this should not, I have a gut feeling I'm not going there. Or let me leave this place early. And that is the spirit that the Most High, the energy that He's placed in us to have that relationship with Him from your organs. So Zaquein, he had a corruption in him. People say it's because of who his father was, but he had a corruption in him. That is why Yom Kippur is so important, fasting, because if you study fasting, what it does, it eliminates the corruption in our, or the backup waste in our organs, so that prevents that smooth communication. I don't know how you feel after Yom Kippur, but it's a beautiful feeling for me. Beautiful. You feel like clear, clear meditation, everything, because the body, all the cells that have died and destroyed, the body consumes that. It cleans you up. That's what fasting does. So Zaquein, he had a corruption in him. He did not have that clear communication with the Most High like Abel had. Okay? And you're going to see what the Most High is going to say to him on that matter. So they offered, Zaquein's was not accepted. It was nothing to do with the fruit. It was nothing to do with the fruit. And Abel's was accepted, it says.
And Yah said unto Zaquein, Why art thou wrought? And why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shall it not be lifted up? And if thou doest not well, sin coucheth at the door. And unto thee it is its desire, but thou mayest rule over it.
Right. So the word they're using here for doing well is from the word yatav, which is like if somebody asks you how are you, say ani hetiv, I'm feeling well or whatever. So yatav is speaking about a different doest well. He was not feeling good about whatever was transpiring. He had a ill feeling in his heart carrying up this offering. Mm-hmm.
And Zaquein spoke unto Hevel, his brother. And it came to pass when they were in the field that Zaquein rose up against Hevel, his brother, and slew him.
So the Most High said, sin croucheth at the door, and unto thee is its desire, but you may rule over it. And that was the mashal again that Misharaite Natanyahu was speaking of. And again, mashal speaks about Proverbs. I think the same word you can get the word example from. You understand? So the whole, because in school I did in English literature. My mother was an English teacher, so it just the books were in the home and everything. And in teachers college as well, I am a literature minor, so I can't teach that subject. But outside of the formal aspect of it, I love to read and I love to have words, present themselves to me. So when you see it says sin coucheth at the door, you understand, you got to see physically what would that look like. I always like to give the example of cartoons. Like when a cartoon is going to do evil, you see he has a certain walk, he has a certain, especially the witches, they have a cackle, it's a whole persona. So sin is like that. And if we jump to the prophets like Nehemiah, when the Most High was speaking about the Yerubbaal, he was saying that he give you access to those that do what? Stand by. They're in a different position. They're upright as against sin. You understand? So it shows you, it shows Zaquein, it shows us that it was of no good for you to deal with it. It says your desire shall be towards it. Again, we are formed to serve and worship the Creator. But in us, we have that struggle that the Most High is speaking of here, between that good and that evil. I don't know what your struggle is personally. I don't want to know. I have my own problems, enough of them. I don't want to know yours. But for me, I can tell you that at my age, a lot of my shortcomings have nothing to do with no one else. It's me and this. Battling day and night. And I can remember I was about 10 or less, because I remember where I was living when I asked a question to my grandfather. I said, "Grandfather, when will this struggle end?" As a child, I was very conscious of it. I thought he was going to give me the solution. He knows all the answers. Never. Like, no. Never. Never. You got to the battle in your brain. How are you going to deal with it? But here we see Zaquein, he succumbed to it. He murdered his brother. Envy. You know, with our siblings, with our children as siblings, we have to monitor their interactions so that they would never step out of line. Like I heard Aharon always saying, in the rule with his mother was that they never fight each other. Because you have some homes where siblings go at it crazy. So you have to monitor those spirits and ensure it never gets down to where Zaquein and Abel got, where Zaquein murdered his brother. The first murderer recorded, it says. 10.
And Yah said unto Zaquein, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground.
And the Mosai asks a lot of rhetorical questions. He knows the answer. You understand? He's just giving them an opportunity to fess up, shorten the sentence, whatever it is. Yesterday, I think it was on my way home, I always like to see the elders, you know, those elder riders. He was sitting on his bike and riding the bike, you know, sounding nice. An elder Israelite brother, and on his back of his jacket, I guess that was the name of his crew, his posse, brothers keepers. So we as Israelites, we hold fast to these things. I am my brother's keeper, looking out for each other. But he asks Zaquein in a very rude manner, am I my brother's keeper? Yes, you are. You're supposed to look out for each other. We're supposed to look out for each other. Like I always try to tell the young brothers, look out for the your younger sibling, or look out for your sisters. Don't treat them bad, because many times they have this selfishness in them that they treat the younger ones in a bad way. We have to teach them, you are your brother's keeper. And the Mosai said, the voice of thy brother's blood cried unto me from the ground. Remember, the Mosai is the creator. Everything is in alignment with him, in tune with him. There's nothing you can do as a secret. So to him, it was like a cry, the blood going into the earth of Abel. And now?
And now, cursed art thou from the ground, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a wanderer shalt thou be in the earth.
And this is, because of what he did, this is the opposite of it. You put your blood in the ground, the ground is not going to yield to you. No matter how you try to farm, grow, you got to come up with scientific methods to have the ground yield. And you could look at the earth today, which group of people is like that. They have to like force the earth to yield to them. And that's who the Mosai is speaking of, it says.
Zaquein said unto Yah, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the land.
From the Garden of
thy face
Eden.
Shall I be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a wanderer in the earth. And it will come to pass that whosoever findeth me shall slay me.
Because he was now more in the protection of the Holy One of Israel. He went off wandering, as he's going to say, and he was afraid that he would have no protection. And this is how he's going to deal with it.
And Yah said unto him, therefore, whosoever slayeth Zaquein, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And Yah set a sign for Zaquein, lest any finding him shall smite him.
They have invented so many weapons. This is the mark of Zaquein, that weaponry. When, I mean, it was evil, but you have to sit back in awe. When Adolf Hitler rolled out his war machinery during the World War, it was something to look at. Metal, iron, the submarines under the sea, their U-boats were destroying the fleets of other countries. The warships, the war tanks. If you ever saw, you know, you may only see it on TV, but when a war tank fires, how the power, the waves it sends off. So this was the mark of Cain, that you touch him, he's gonna touch you sevenfold. That is the way they strike you. The little Palestinians throwing a rock. Israel goes in and mash up the whole settlement. Today they're hitting you with drones. Recently, a few weeks ago in Afghanistan, they droned out some people. I know it's so, when you look at the wreckage, you will just see slippers, a few pieces of clothing, mashed everything up. That is the Cain, the Quayin, the lance, as his name means that they're speaking of. It says,
And Quayin went out from the presence of Yah and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden.
Right, he went outside of the protection of the village in Eden. He went, as it said, some books will say wandering, but this basically, he went to the area that his civilization of Hawa was living. He went outside of that on his own.
Quayin knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Enoch. And he built a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch.
And any critically thinking person would ask, where did he get his wife from? But we have to understand that this is a précis. I don't know if any of you ever did précis writing in school. I hated it because I don't want to say I talk too much, but I try to include as much stuff as possible in the thing. Oh boy, it's insane. So I hated précis writing. I just couldn't get it right. But the Tanakh is perfect précis. They put everything that is necessary. You know how much thousands of years of history? Speaking of, like Misharaite Natanyahu was saying, the 7 days before the sun and the moon and those ways of marking time was created. You know how many, probably billions of years that was? Because if you look at the earth being formed and the cooling, for it to cool before anything could live on it, that is expansive time. So when we're seeing Quayin take a wife, we're thinking he just got kicked out of the garden. Where the wife came from? We don't know how long it was when they were living, when the farming took place, when they offered the offering. People were being born all that time, but they're just focusing on certain events. And they went and they built the city. They started their own civilization. And as Misharaite said earlier, is that many times it's a necessary evil. Certain things have to happen for this to happen. You may have to lose his job for you to get a bigger job. You understand? That's how life works. So they had to have that incident so that Quayin could leave Abel and later Shet to grow in their own circumstances outside of his influence.
And unto Enoch was born Erod, and Erod begot Mehujael, and Mehujael begot Methushael, and Methushael begot Lamech. And Lamech took unto him 2 wives, and the name of the one was Adah, and the name of the other Zelah.
When we think of, because this is the first incident of recorded polygyny. When we think of the whole idea, let me share you, because, okay, you are all, most of you here are United States of America citizens. But when I was attempting to come into the country, I had to go before the United States of America embassy in Guyana. And you had an interview process. You had all the paperwork for months was being done. But then you had a final interview. And on the final interview, one of the questions was, are you going into the United States of America to practice polygyny? Yeah, that's one of the questions. No. And it was an honest question. That's not my aim going there. I might stumble upon it, but that's just jokes. I gotta go home, so it's a joke. But the point is that the way they come against polygyny is because polygyny multiplies you. You understand? America, the white population is already in a population deficit. So for you as a black man coming in and taking multiple wives, that multiplies your population so much times over. When they do it, they make a show. What's the name of those shows? Sister Wives, and they make shows out of it. This man, he's living in like a cul-de-sac, and his wives are living in the cul-de-sac. It's on TV. You can go and see. And they sit and they're discussing bringing the next wife in or what they're gonna build the next home. But for us, me standing there alone, are you going to practice polygyny in the United States of America? So it just shows you because it's all about that first commandment: be fruitful and multiply. So here Lamech, he goes in and he takes Adah and Zillah. Many times, brothers look at this today and it's like, yeah, polygyny, but it's a very serious responsibility. We have 99% of us have the incorrect mindset when it comes to polygyny. We just think, okay, it's more women for us to sleep with, but that is totally contrary. When even taking a one wife, it's just not that, but you have to look for someone that is a nation builder. Is this woman going to build my nation? If you look at movies like mafia movies and stuff, when they choose a woman, this woman has to be done with the cause. You're just looking at her, I like how she walks. I like how she's built. That is totally contrary to this woman that is now coming in, that has to get children for you, that have to fast on Yom Kippur. Let's just deal with that alone. You know what it is for a woman to see her child not eating on a day, and it's hard. You have to have someone that understands your culture, that is with your culture. So Lamech, he's the first polygynous person recorded. It says.
And Adah bore Yabal, he was the father of such as dwell in tents and have cattle.
Right, this is the generations of Qayin.
And his brother's name was Yubal. He was the father of all such as handle the harp and pipe. And Zillah said she also bore Tubal Cain.
You see, and they handle the music instruments. This is showing you that the musicians came out of in that time, the European nations. Well, it's not Europe then, but people think that Qayin, he's the forefather of the European nations, it says.
And Zillah, she also bore Tubal Cain, the forger of every cutting instrument of brass and iron. The sister of Tubal Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his wives, Adah and Zillah, hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech. Hearken unto my speech, for I have slain a man for wounding me, and a young man for bruising me.
And if you read the book of Yashar, it would give you the backdrop to this story. He was out in the field hunting, and I think they said it was actually his grandfather, Cain. Qayin was out there, but it said he looked like an animal. So it's just to give you an idea of how he looked. He was so hairy and everything. So I can grow my beard uncut for a year. It would never get as much as a European's beard. I'm not, like trying to be racist or anything. It's a fact. That's just how they are. There's a book, The Iceman's Inheritance. Michael Bradley, I think, is the author. Powerful book. But it's during the World War, or during the war, where they found a man and they put him in a shed of ice. It was an ice house they put him in. And he was still sweating profusely. And that was during like the time certain wars that were going on. These people were still around, So Tubal Cain, he's saying, if he's going to be avenged sevenfold, I'm going to even be more powerful and do it 70 and sevenfold. So this was his mindset. You could see they were forming certain instruments of violence and all of these things. So they were violent. This is leading up to what's going to happen in the days of Noah.
And if Qayin should be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold.
Right.
And Adam knew his wife again, and she bore a son, and called his name Shet. But Elohim hath appointed me another seed instead of Hevel, for Qayin slew him. And to Shet, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enoch. Then began men to call upon the name of Yah. So,
you see the difference? He's going out threatening people. If you bruise me, I'm going to bruise you. And then we have Enoch being born and people calling on the name of Yah. A different spirit, a different characteristic. 5.
This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that Elohim created man, in the likeness of Elohim made he him. Male and female created he them and blessed them, and called their name Adam in the day when they were created.
And I'm just going to basically go through this. I don't want to say quickly, but as quickly as possible, because we have the question answer period where any questions can be addressed. Okay? So one point I'm just going to tell you, in this genealogy, you're not going to see Cain or Cain mentioned. This is the generations of who? Adam. Because Cain was not an offspring of Adam. You could go in the book of Chronicles as well. You're not going to see that. If, while the reader reads, if you can go to slide 117, Vakrisha. And it's a lot of slides because over the years I keep adding. Let's keep adding. 117. All right, Tamshik.
And Adam lived 130 years and begot a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Shem.
Now, we know as black people, there's a thing we call throwing shade. This was Beresheet. It says he begot a son in his own likeness, after his own image. Why do you have to say all of that stuff? Why didn't Cain is not even mentioned, but he said, shit, after his own image, he looked just like his father. In the Caribbean, we say there's a blow child, there's a jacket, so many names. So shit, he knew that that's his father's son. Cain now, you know how many men raise sons and children that is not theirs? It's things that are happening. So we know Shem is the first one mentioned from Adam. That is his seed. Abel died. He was not mentioned. He did not have any genealogy. Okay? Tamshik.
And the days of Adam after he begot Shem.
You got it? Okay. Just
800,
Tamshik.
were 800 years, and he begot sons and daughters.
Are we going to see the age is high? When we see 130 years, it does not mean that Shem was necessarily the firstborn after Abel. You understand? Because it keeps saying he begot sons and daughters, but they're mentioning the main ones that lead to Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov. Also, when you look at the length of ages, there is a situation where with the flood, a lot of stuff is going to break down in terms of, sorry, go to slide 24 and show that one. A lot of stuff is going to break down as it relates to 24. Yeah, 24. As it relates to the environment that we live in. Because as individuals, like Cain and Adam and Eve, they, as we live in an environment. And when they stepped out of line and they was incorrect, the environment attacked them. So they had to get clothing. The environment, they started to feel cold. As against, the temperature was always right for them before the fall. So when they fell, the temperature was feeling not favorable. They had to get clothing, etc. So this here is what goes on above the earth. We live in basically a bubble of air. When the Most High spoke about the rakuya, the firmament, all of that houses us in this bubble of air. So after the flood, all of that broke down to some extent. So if you look at the ozone layer, how low it is, okay? When that breaks down, all of the rays from the sun and all of those other star influences can have an adverse effect on humanity. So man was living longer because his environment was perfect for his longevity. This human body, it renews itself ever so often. Certain organs renew themselves every couple of months, you understand? But within a year, you're a whole different human being. So if you keep eating the best food, it therefore means your cells are going to be remade. Perfect. That is why, I became a vegan, just using that word. I don't consider myself a vegan because I do kill animals. I wear leather shoes. Vegans don't. So I eat that diet because I learned that it helps you best to regenerate. So when my spleen regenerates itself, it's going to be made from the organism of plants as against an animal that had died and your dead cells. I don't want to go there, but yeah. So when Adam and them were living long, is because the environment was perfect. They were getting the optimum air, oxygen. They were living in stress-free. They didn't have to worry about their phone bill. They didn't have to worry about electric bill, housing, all of that. Those things stress you out. They mash up your organs. A person can have cancer, live with cancer 100 years. They go to the doctor for a checkup. Here they got cancer, die in 2 days. Stress. You know, so they were living long because it was perfect. The environment, everything was perfect for them to live in that time frame. It says,
And all the days of Adam that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died.
930.
And Shet lived 105 years and begot Enosh. And Shet lived after he begot Enosh 807 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Shet were 912 years, and he died. And Enosh lived 99 years. Salakli lived 90 years and begot Canaan. And Enosh lived after he begot Canaan 815 years and begot sons and daughters.
You could imagine a 90-year-old getting children today. Oh, he's a dirty old man. But back in the day, it was normal, it says.
And all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years and begot Mahalalel. And Canaan lived after he begot Mahalalel 840 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years and begot Yared. And Mahalalel lived after he begot Yared 830 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died.
Right. So in between that time, he got other children as all these other men. But as I said, focusing on that main bloodline.
And Yared lived.
Slide 117.
And Yared lived 162 years and begot Enoch. And Yared lived after he begot Enoch 800 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Yared were 962 years, and he died. And Enoch lived 65 years and begot Methuselah.
That's a long life.
And Enoch walked with Elohim after he begot Methuselah 300 years and begot sons.
And there's a book of Enoch that speaks about Enoch being one that saw the higher wisdom of the Creator, and the Most High took him up into that heavenly realm so that he could see the workings of certain things. He was great in meditation. He wanted to know how's everything working. One of the things they say about the ancient heavens is that it looked different from when we look up at night. It was brighter. Okay? So over the space of time, you know, we moved further away, whatever, in the rotation of the earth. But it was a beautiful sight to behold, the writings say. So Enoch, he wanted to know exactly how is the earth moving, the sun, the stars, everything. So the angels took him up and showed him the operations of the east wind, the west wind, how the winds blow, and all these things, all these questions that people may have.
And all the days of Enoch were 365 years. And Enoch walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Elohim took him.
One day he disappeared.
And Methuselah lived 187 years and begot Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begot Lamech 782 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died.
He's the longest life recorded on the planet. Of course, other nations have their long lifers in terms of thousands of years, but this is the history of the nation of Israel.
And Lamech lived 182 years and begot a son. He called his name Noah, saying, "This same shall comfort us in our work and in the toil of our hand, which cometh from the ground which Jehovah hath cursed." So
prior to Noah coming, it was a struggle in tilling the earth. It was difficult because with Hawa and Adam, it was easy. Remember, they were in the Garden of Eden just picking stuff. They didn't have to till the ground, but now it's a difficult task, even up to today. You have to do so much to ensure that the earth yields. There's so much pests and everything that they got to spray crops, and in turn, you eat those sprayed crops, and it affects your organs anyway. So Noah, at that time, he was the one they hoped to bring an end to this cycle of hardship. And Lamech lived after he begot Noah 595 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died.
And Noach was 500 years old. And Noach begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Right. So in his 500 years, he probably had other children. But the three main ones that went on the flood with on the ark with him from the flood were Shem, Ham, and Japheth, it says.
And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives whomsoever they chose.
And in every civilization you study, they have a story of giants. Every civilization. So these giants were on the earth. Many of them, like we saw with Goliath, and we saw with the sons of Anak, nations fed them. And in turn, they provided protection for the nations. You see, so the beginning stages was that the sons of Elohim, these fallen beings, saw the daughters of Adam, and they started to intermarry with them, and their offspring, they're saying many times, was these giants. Mm-hmm.
And Yah said, my spirit shall not abide in man forever, for that he also is flesh. Therefore shall his days be 120 years.
Right. So think about a 500-year-old O.J. Simpson. You could kill. Well, we all know O.J. did it, but just a killer. You understand? A 500-year-old killer. He has lived 500 years. He know all of the scenarios. You can't catch him. So the Most High said to shorten this, you're just getting 120 years on this planet. Mm-hmm.
The Nephilim were in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. The same were the mighty men that were of old, the mighty men of renown.
Mm-hmm.
And Yah saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented Yah that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart.
Now, we know that the Creator does not repent. The better word to use should have been relented. Okay? Because the Most High does not repent, as it says. Tamshi.
And Yah said, I will blot out man whom I have created from the earth, from the face of the earth, both man and beast and creeping thing and fowl of the air. For it repenteth me that I have made them.
Remember, these beings were big. So he couldn't just do a little flood up to the knees. He had to cover this earth. Okay? And if the questions permit, we can go into all the flood. Every civilization has a flood story. Sometimes they say that the Sphinx was before the flood. You understand? We could go into a lot of history. This earth is old. We're young on this earth, but this is an old place that a lot of civilizations went and came. This is just a civilization that is here now. Mm-hmm. But
Noach found grace in the eyes of Yah.
Hallelujah.
These are the generations of Noach.
That's next week. It's nice, huh? It's exciting. Thank you, the Most High, for this portion. I pray I was able to bring a good conclusion to it, as well with Misharaite Natanyahu. Return with us this afternoon. We have a question and answer period where we'll attempt to answer any questions that you may have on this portion. I'd like to call Natanyahu just to do the blessing of Akusha. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. If we could all please stand, facing the Mizraka, remembering it's Yah Yisrael who blesses all of us with life. Yevareka Yehovah Yishmareka. Ya'er Yehovah Panau Eleka Wikuneka. Yisa Yehovah Panau Eleka Wayasimleka Shalom. May Yah bless thee and keep thee. May Yah cause his face to shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. May Yah lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. Hallelujah. Kaya. Selah. Zoharaim, Tovim, Lahim. We'll take a break for our lunch portion. We will come back at 4:45 Eastern Standard Time. Enjoy your lunch.
The call begin. Hallelujah. 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 Hallelujah.
Welcome you to the evening service for the Hebrew family of Charlotte. I'm Misharaite Yaakov. And at this time, we're going to open up with Of Thy Wondrous Works We Will Tell, have our worship and psalm service, and then we will have our question and answers about science and scripture for the first portion of the year, Beresheet. Let's start out with Of Thy Wondrous Works We Will Tell. The heavens declare it, the glory is thine, the earth in its beauty shows honor divine. Our Yah, the creator of everything, to thee we lift up our voices and we'll sing of the might of Yah, God of Abraham. Is our God, the God of Israel. He maketh darkness light, and calm. Of thy wondrous works we'll tell, and when we do falter, we cry unto thee, for lo, when thou hearest, thy mercies will see. Thou sendest thine angel to show us the way, whose in our praises when we pray, King of the might of Yah, God of Abraham. It's our God, the God of Israel. He maketh darkness light, and calm. Of thy wondrous works we'll tell. Sing of the might of Yah, God of Abraham. Is our God, the God of Israel. He maketh darkness light, and calm. Of thy wondrous work we'll tell. Hallelujah. 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 Baruch atah ya Eloheinu, Boreinu, Goalenu, Yosorenu, Yachid ba'olamo. Emet atah hu, שעשית את אברהם, את יצחק ויעקב, להודות את שמך הגדול והנורא בארץ. We give you thanks, O Yah, who is our creator, our redeemer, the one who formed us, fashioned us, made us, and designed us with intelligence. You truly are the one who in wisdom also provided a seed in this earth that will extend from the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, even to our very day. And we thank you for giving us an answer to the question of who are we? Where are we from and where are we going? We thank you for the prophecy that the world will be filled with your knowledge, O God. And as we just said, we do declare of your wondrous works, the miraculous things you do every day, O God. May it be your will that you accept our prayers and accept our Shabbat worship before you, even as the world of Torah observers of all colors and in all countries across this globe are turning back to the beginning, O Yah. Let us be unified in many other ways as we study chapter by chapter, every word and every precept that you have given by the hand of your servant Moses. May it be your will, O Yah, that our afternoon is an enlightening one, and that many of those roughly 120 observers and their families who were there this morning would be able to grow in their knowledge and understanding as they worship with us this day, along with those who are here in Charlotte in person to worship your high and holy name. May the words of our mouths and the meditations of our hearts be near and dear and acceptable before thee, O Yah, our rock and our redeemer. And let us say, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. Yah Chai, Selah. Let us say the Shema together. Hear, O Israel, Yah, our power, Yah is one. O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahovah Echad, U'Baruch Ole olam ahut, ole olam ahut, ole olam o baruch Shem Kivod, ahut ole olam leolam ha'ed. O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahovah Hu Echad. Baruch Shem Kivod, Mahut Kol Olam, Mahut Kol Olam, Mahut Kol Olam, Baruch Shem Kivod, Mahut Kol Olam, Leolam Ha'ed. Hallelujah! Blessed be his name. Please have a seat as we now go into our psalm service. We have, it looks like everyone who will be reading Psalms today will be a part of our online congregation on Zoom. We're going to have the 79th Psalm. We'll start with Bekor El Yafeh ben Moreh Tavel. And then so you also know 121st Psalm will be with Akot Ga'alia, Bad Moreh Shemuel. And 124th will be Bekorat Tavia, Bad Avishadai. And 148th will be Bekor Malkiel bin Uziah. So if you could just get yourselves ready for your psalm, you're coming next. So Bekor El Yafeh for the 79th Psalm.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
All praises to Yah, the 79th Psalm. O Yehovah, the heathen are coming to thine inheritance. They have defiled thy holy temple. They have made Jerusalem into heaps.
You can read straight through for everybody.
They have given the dead bodies of thy servants to be food unto the fowls of the heaven, the flesh of thy holy ones unto the beasts of the earth. They have shed their blood like water round about Jerusalem, with none to bury them. We are becoming taught to our neighbors, a scorn and derision to them that are round about us. How long, O Yehovah, wilt thou be angry forever? How long will thy jealousy burn like fire? Pour out thy wrath upon the nations that know thee not, and upon the kingdoms that call not upon thy name. For they have devoured Yaakov and laid waste his habitation. Remember not against us the iniquities of our forefathers. Let thy compassion speedily come to meet us, for we are brought very low. Help us, O Yehovah, of our salvation, for the sake of the glory of thy name, and deliver us and forgive our sins for thy name's sake. Wherefore should the nations say, where is their power? Let the avenging of thy servants' blood that is shed be made known among the nations in our sight. Let the groaning of the prisoner come before thee, according to the greatness of thy power. Set free those that are appointed to death, and render unto our neighbors sevenfold into their bosom their reproach wherewith they have reproached thee, O Yah. So we that are thy people and the flock of thy pasture will give thee thanks forever. We will tell of thy praise to all generations. Hallelujah. I would like to say Torah for being with me and watching over me, allowing me to see another year of life. I ask that He will continue to be with me. Torah for all things and everything. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Know who let it Sameach. Yafe. And now we go to Akot Ga'alia, but Moreh Shemuel, 121st Psalm.
Shabbat Shalom,
Shabbat Shalom.
the 121st Psalm. I will lift up my eyes to the mountains, from where shall my help? My help comes from Jehovah who made heaven and earth. He will not allow your foot to slip. He who keeps you will not slumber. Behold, he who keeps Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. Jehovah is our keeper. Jehovah is your shade on your right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Jehovah will protect you from all evil. He will keep your soul. Jehovah will guard your going out and your coming in from this time forth and forever. Thanking the Creator for all our lives. I pray that He continues to unify us. I pray that we continue to check on each other so that we could not only appreciate the ones around us, but thank the Creator for placing them in our lives. I pray that we all receive peace and love from each other. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Toda Rabbah. Aliyah. 124th Psalm, that's going to be with Bakorah Tavia by Rabbi Shaddai.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
If it had not been for Yahuwah who is for us, let Israel now say, if it had not been Yahuwah who is for us, when men rose up against us, then they had swallowed us up alive when their wrath was kindled against us. Then the waters that had overwhelmed us, the stream had gone over our soul, and the proud waters have gone over our soul. Blessed be Yahuwah who hath not given us as a prey to their teeth. Our soul is escaped as a bird out of the snare of the fowlers. The snare is broken and we are escaped. Our help is in the name of Yahuwah who made heaven and earth. Hallelujah.
Blessed be his name.
I just want to say Taya for even allowing us to be here today, for allowing my Abi to see another year of life, and for allowing us to have food, clothing, and shelter. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. It's great to hear your voice again, and may God continue to bless Akav Shaddai as well on his Yom Huledet. 148th Psalm, and the final Psalm will be with Bechor Malkiel ben Uziah. What? Uziah says you got to connect your audio so we can, and then give you the unmute. Nasiel, we'll just have Nasiel, before Nasiel, you can go ahead and get the mic. Had a little technical difficulty there. We're going to read Psalm 148. Just hold down the mic until it's green. Is the light green on your mic? Okay.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Hallelujah.
Blessed be his name.
Praise ye Jehovah from the heavens. Praise him in the heights.
Praise ye him, all his angels. Praise ye him, all his hosts.
Praise ye him, all his angels. Praise ye him, Praise ye him, sun and moon. Praise him, all you stars of light.
Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that are above the heavens.
Let them praise the name of Jehovah, for he commanded and they were created.
He hath also established them forever and ever. He hath made a decree which shall not be transgressed.
Praise Jehovah from the earth, ye sea monsters and all deeps.
Fire and hail, snow and vapor, stormy wind fulfilling his word.
Mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars.
Beasts and all cattle, creeping thing and winged fowl.
Kings of the earth and all peoples, princes and all judges of the earth.
Both young men and maidens, old men and children.
Let them praise the name of Jehovah, for his name alone is exalted. His glory is above the earth and heaven.
And he lifted up a horn for his people, a praise for all his holy ones, even for the children of Israel, a people near unto him. Hallelujah.
I'd just like to say, I am very thankful to even see another, to even reach and see another Jiminy Atzeret, allowing me to see all of you, and even for the people that are right here, I'm thankful that the family on Zoom were able to come, and to the Elohim for everything and everything. Hallelujah.
Blessed be his name. Everybody, I appreciate you coming up virtually and in person to read these Psalms. May you be blessed for having the ability to lead us in worship. We ask you all rise so we can sing together. I know we had to curtail it so that we can make sure we had room for the Torah. We certainly want our hearts and our souls to be lifted up before we go back into our questions and seeking answers about the truth that we heard. Let's see. Let's start with Israel. There's a land over there. Page 86 in our online PDF. You guys have your melody in mind? All right. There's a land over there across the waters. There's a land over there across the sea. We must find a way for a better day so we can set our hopes on being free. In my dream, I was walking through a meadow, and by chance I happened to hear such sweet-sounding words, word I've often heard, but the message was so good for one and all. Hey, Israel, Israel. Finally, I glanced over the hilltop. People moaned and they wept and they sang. They sang melodies that are bound to be. You see, this is the greatest story ever told. They sang, we are the nation of the Bible. They sang, we are the children of the Lord. We have come to claim our glory and fame. As you done to us, Jehovah's gonna do the same. To you, Israel. La 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 la. Then the earth just is still for a moment, and the birds are singing the song. It was such a sight, much to my delight. All the people faced the east and began to moan. Hey, Israel, sing Open Up Your Vision, 85 in the PDF. When you wake up in the morning and it's raining in your heart and you feel like you can't make it before you even start, your world is wrapped in darkness and you cannot see the light, and all your situations just don't work out right. Open up your vision, open up the law, and remember just who you are. You're an Israelite, and you'll always be here. Remember the covenant that's passed down from year to year. Moses was a servant with a very special being. He was sent to old Pharaoh to say, let God's people be. Israel was a captive of an unrighteous man, but Pharaoh would not hearken to the words of the Most High's plan. Open up your vision, open up your law, and remember just who you are. You're an Israelite, and you'll always be. Remember the covenant that's passed down from year to year. Yes, He is our Savior, our hope and guiding light. Grants us understanding as He teaches us the light. He will come to our rescue if we give His praises due. Come, let us exalt Him. Come on, just me and you. Open up your vision. Open up the law. And remember who you are. You're an Israelite, and you'll always be. Remember the covenant that's passed down from year to year. Hallelujah. So do we have time for one more, or you want to continue? Cause Israel's stand. 76. Here are we because of thy goodness. For our soul we come into thy hand. Help us be our promise, our fathers. Thou was once more cause Israel to stand. Thou would help us to stand in thy glorious name. Thou would help us to stand and erase all our shame. In thy mercy and thy force, throughout all the land, by the power of thy promise, God, cause Israel to stand. We had thought that our God had forgotten, and we prayed in the enemy's hand. But he sent forth the angel of courage, so he gave us the spirit to stand. Now would help us to stand in thy glorious name. Now would help us to stand and erase all our shame. In thy mercy and thy force, throughout all the land, by the power of thy promise, Yah, hold Israel to stand. One more time. Thou would help us to stand in thy glorious name. Thou would help us to stand and erase all our sin in thy mercy and thy force, throughout all the land, by the power of thy promise, God, cause Israel to stand. Hallelujah. You can stay standing, please, as we now call on Aharon to lead us in our question and answer period. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Shabbat Shalom, family. Please be seated. Giving all praises, honor, and glory to Yah Yisrael. Thanking him for my life, the lives of all of you, the family online. Shabbat Shalom, and I pray that you all are well. Thank the Most High for all of your lives and your families. And we do appreciate your participation in the services today. I want to apologize to Uzziah. You know, we had your Bain scheduled. We couldn't find you, only without a mic, so we moved on, but we will keep Malkiel in mind. God willing, the next time we come forward, hopefully we can hear his words. So, how's everybody doing? Yeah, it's all right. Most High has been great, got us through this holy season, continuing to pray for his mercy and his protection, hoping that everyone is staying safe. We're still dealing with some of the losses that we've suffered over the last several months. We do pray the Creator will comfort those families who are in mourning and heal those who are ill. So we're going to have a question and answer period. As you all know, Beresheet is the biggest question and answer period segment that we ever have. We'll take as many as we can, and hopefully we can answer your questions adequately. So if you have a question, you can put it in the chat. We'll get to as many as we can. And I'm going to be fielding the questions, and whoever's going to answer them. And I may have a comment or two, but we just want to let the people who taught the portion get first crack at some of these questions. So who's reading the questions? Misharaite, you have the questions. You guys, brothers. Okay, we'll take the first question from Dora Al-Shaba. And You can read it when you're ready, Misharaite.
Okay,
Make sure your
Shabbat
voice
Shalom,
clear.
Lakim. Doda, Lishaba, we're going to read your question. It is a little long, so I'm going to just kind of summarize it for the family. Yes, because it is a quite long question. But Doda Lishba's question is, what are the thoughts or positions of the Kohanim leadership regarding Genesis 6, 1 through 3? Does the Hebraic reasoning agree with some of the references below? So how Orthodox Judaism, their stance is that there were Malachim, angels that were able to intermarry. Christians view that some of the sons of God were former descendants of Seth. Some other individuals view a mixture of those 2 points, but ultimately she's asking what are our viewpoints from a Hebraic stance of the Nephilim, the fallen ones, Genesis 1 or Genesis 6.
Okay. Who taught that portion? Moreh, you want to answer the question, please? Or, if you don't mind.
Shabbat Shalom. What's the question?
We don't have another 20 minutes, my lord.
Basically, it's saying she's asking this B'nai Elohim and B'nai Adam. What's the difference? What's the difference between those two? That's the question. Okay. Basically, and Shemuel had given us another reference point in the book of Job, where the same phrase, B'nai Elohim, refers to when they were speaking about them coming, they were wandering around the earth and they came before the Creator. And that was the term used again, B'nai Elohim, sons of Elohim. Whether or not these beings were fallen or not, they were the sons of Elohim. Okay, so when you read it in the book of Genesis, and it speaks of them going with the daughters of men, he was speaking about that intermixing, because in the book of, in the first chapters, the Most High kept saying, everything shall beget of this kind. But then they came and they superimposed their way on the earth, and they were causing that mixing. That was one of the violence and the mixing as well as one of some of the things that the Most High was against, that brought the flood out. And that's why you see the links in next week's portion and onwards. The Most High went to ensure that there's a certain bloodline that was used for his purpose on the earth, as against what the sons of Elohim were trying to do. The only way they could have continued on the earth was through intermarrying with the beings here. So that's what was done. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, Torah Rabbah, hope we answered your question. Torah Lishabah. And can we check that? Put your questions in the chat, please. Anyone in the audience have a question, please raise your hand so we can address your question. No questions? What about in the chat? We gave you all short a lunch break. So, do we have any more?
Okay, we have another question.
Okay.
This question is coming from Imam Uzara. In regards to Genesis chapter 3, verse 22, who is the Most High referring to as us?
Okay, I think he answered that question, but Misharaite, why don't you respond to that, please?
Okay, Shabbat Shalom once again. Just pulling up the verse here for everybody. So this is after Adam had taken the fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and then the Creator having this conversation about the man becoming as one of us. So just as it says in the first chapter of Beresheet, when it's referring to let us make man in our image, the Creator is speaking about the forces of creation that through him making of them, and they continue to help in the making of the universe. So him having that conversation with the elements and the different aspects of knowledge, wisdom, understanding to come together for this conversation.
Cain. It's his hosts. Whatever his host is, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, as well as the elements. So all of these things are at the disposal of the Creator, and that's what I believe he's talking about. So we hope we answered your question, Imam Muzara. If you have any more questions, please put them in the chat. We'll give you a few more minutes before we move on to another segment. And this would probably go down in history as the shortest question and answer period for Beresheet on the 40 some odd years I've been in this way of life.
Right.
What do
So
we have?
we have another comment from Amariyahu.
Okay.
Amariyahu asking, does that mean some of us are marrying? I'm not sure of that question. Could you give more clarification to that question, Aki Amariyahu? In the meantime, Imam Miriam has a question. She's saying, when Yah said, let us make man, what makes it feasible that he was talking to a being since he had not made man yet? And since it is his creation, he said he formed man from the dust. Couldn't he have designed man to look like the way he looks now?
I'm not sure we understand your question, Miriam. Maybe you need to rewrite that, please. It's a little confusing. The first part I got, but the second part I didn't. Let us make man. What makes it feasible that he was talking to a being since he had not made man yet? Well, there's a lot of different beings, and I'd say beings, I think that we're talking again, as I mentioned earlier, about the hosts of heaven. The Creator had the elements. He and the elements, Elohim is the elements, and he made he used all of them to make man. And it may sound rhetorical in a sense that he's, you might say, talking to himself, but this is how he explained it to Moses. So he putting it in terms that hopefully we would understand it as men, years and women, years and years, generations later. But Moreh, did you have the mic up for a reason?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll let you speak on it.
I think Miriam was just strengthening the point of what Imam Mozart was asking.
Okay.
Where we normally say he could not be speaking to man, because in Christianity they say he was speaking to you know who.
Right.
But he could not be speaking to man since man was not made as yet. When they said the us refers to you know who. So by her saying he was not speaking to man, he was speaking about a man.
Right.
Making
right.
a man. So that's just basically strengthening
I see.
Mozart's point.
My apologies for not understanding that point.
Okay, and she mentioned, Imam Miriam mentioned how when I was teaching, how I mentioned how there may have been an upright being there while that conversation was being had.
I see. In the heavens?
In the heavens when they were having that conversation.
Okay. It can be very confusing if we delve too far into some of these things. I think, what's the portion where the Most High says that certain knowledge is for that above man? Yeah, the secret things belong to the Most High. I forgot this. Right. You say it in the mic, because I thought I had it in my mind earlier. But let's just read that, because I think I usually like to say that before we even start this portion, because we're looking for a lot of answers that the Creator obviously left unresolved, however Moses decided to write it, that we would not understand everything that happened in creation, or that he does. And so I think it's very important that we understand that, because we want all of these answers, and they're just not going to be there. All of them are not going to be there. Read that again. Check his mic, and let's please tell him the portion where it is. Torah.
Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. We're referring to what the Creator just said in Nitzavim about 3 weeks ago. Nitzavim is the portion in Deuteronomy 29. And it's talking about our return and how we will return to the Creator. But it says in the last verse of chapter 29, verse 28. It says that the secret things, nistarot, meaning hidden things, belong to Yah, our Elohim. But those things that are revealed, niglot, things that are open, belong to us and to our children forever, that we may do all of the words of this Torah. So the secret things belong to Yah, our Elohim, but those things that are revealed belong to us and to our children forever, that we may do the words of this Torah. Meaning that the mystical things, even through the Creator's sake, it's like, I own that. But when it comes to, even when he says the heavens belong to Yah, but the earth gave to the sons of man.
Right.
So like we have a lot to do here that he wants us to focus on.
Cain. And it's important that we understand that, because when all is said and done, and this is my opinion, I'm throwing in there, not because it's written, but when we think about all of the challenges that we have on this planet and in our lifetimes, and in terms of what we hope to see for the future, we have a lot of things to keep us busy. I know from my first time coming into law, there was a lot of sidebars and discussions, and they'd be at the lunch table going at it about stuff that we really don't have any control over, and things that aren't really relevant in a lot of ways to what our focus should be on. That's not to say that when we go over this portion, we don't expect to get questions, and we hope that we can answer them. But I just want to remind us all that some of these things are just really not that important in the scheme of things, if you know what I'm saying. We enjoy going over it. And again, we're not saying that everything that we say is necessarily 100% accurate. We're basing it on the spiritual men that came before us, namely Cohen Levy and even Cohen Michael and other scholars who have read this book and translated it from the Hebrew to try to decipher what really happened. But do we know if we're 100% correct? It's impossible to know that. And so we do the best we can with the knowledge that we have. Some of the things are pretty simple. For instance, we know that they didn't talk about eating an apple in the Garden of Eden, because if they did, they would have covered their mouths when they got caught. So we know that that's not the case. So there's certain things, and we know that eating apples doesn't bring forth children. It's a lot of different things we can say, but we could talk about it, and that's what the discussion is for. But let's remember that there's a lot more to know and to learn and to understand and to do besides what we talk about in Beresheet. So I don't mean to discourage anybody. I don't mean to offend anyone. I just want us to keep everything in perspective. Okay, so what do we have next?
Going back to our brother Yahu's question, when he was initially saying, does that mean that some of us are marrying? When his explanation is, he's asking some people who are of the corrupt seed. So essentially, are we intermarrying amongst the descendants of Cain as the descendants of Noah? As I'm assuming the question.
I think some of us are. I definitely think some of us are. But keep in mind, this is partially the problem. If you think about the flood and that genealogy, that tree that they had up earlier has two branches, one going from Adam to Seth and the other one going to Cain. But Cain is not of the seed of Adam. If he were, then it would have been written in the genealogy that we read earlier today. So I take exception to that, and I may be wrong, but the fact that they don't give us his genealogy after under Adam, you have to wonder why that is. But my point was, they say that line stopped after the flood. But keep in mind the intermingling of the sons of men and the sons of Yah and the daughters of men happened before. So it was already in the DNA. Okay, so for Noah to have three sons, three different complexions, if you know anything about where everybody ended up, Japhet ended up in the north in Europe, and we weren't up there. Some of us may have migrated, or we may have been taken into captivity, but we weren't up there. Shem is more of a brownish complexion, and Ham we know is black. And so they all came from the same father. Now, they could have had different mothers. Okay, so we don't really know that for sure. But my point is that so when he tried to separate the seeds, we've intermingled since then. So again, who can say what? I mean, a lot of us are the byproduct of a slave master raping our mothers. And so, if we want to go back just a few generations. So it can get kind of complicated like that. And again, I repeat, those are the things that we cannot control. The past we cannot correct. All we can do is determine how we want to function in the present and how we want to prepare and teach our children to move in the future. Kane, if somebody wants to else respond to that, I'll be more than happy for some help here.
Shabbat Shalom. This is Misharaite Yaakov. And even Kohen Michael himself, and maybe just 2 or 3 years ago, pointed out modern categories of like a black man and a white woman, or white woman and a black man. If you have the Torah involved in both of them are making a covenant, then that is of course going to make a much better situation out of that than if you're talking about just people hooking up in general or assimilating away in general. But if you look at the fact that as we get through the next 3 weeks, basically you see how Avraham is given a covenant of circumcision, and so each thing in the covenant allows you to correct for what's going on. So you have multiple nations who are his servants, but they're supposed to be circumcised if they're a man. Then we have the law when we come out of Egypt. You could have been an Egyptian. You could have been related to our taskmasters. But if you got circumcised and you keep Passover with us and you leave Egypt that night, then there's one law for you and the native-born Israelite. Then there's more commandments that are given. You got to keep Shabbat, keep holy days. So if you're willing to do all of those things have a purifying element. Ultimately, the prophets describe it as us having a house of prayer for all nations of the earth to come back to. But that's going to be a process, and that process requires us to be very focused on being if we're a remnant keeping a covenant. That is going to mean everybody's trying to pull you away from that and assimilate you, even if they are your same color. And as we know, there's no shortage of people who look exactly like your skin tone who could be completely anti-Yah as well. And simply being intermarried with someone who is not about the Creator can make it really hard for you to raise a household that's Yah-fearing as well. So that's all part of the picture here. We're not trying to promote a simplistic picture of you can do whatever you want as long as it's with black people, but a God-fearing person who has lighter skin than you can never be, good enough for you. It's not that simplistic.
Okay, very good answer. I appreciate your comments, Misharaite. Do we have anything else in the comment section?
Okay, we have a few more.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. All right. This
Everybody
next
woke
question
up.
is coming from Bakor Zavdiel.
Mhm.
If Adam and Eve did not eat the apple, would they have lived forever?
Well, he answered that question this morning. He tried to answer the question to say that we don't know. We never will know, because they did partake of the fruit that the Creator told them not to partake of. And so, Zabdiel, it's a very good question, but we can't answer it because we don't, that's the thing about life. I'm going off a little bit, but that's the thing about life. We don't know how many bad mistakes we made that could have prevented us from having a really great result. Or we don't know how many good decisions that we made that had we not made them, where we would end up. Because you only get one chance to make that decision in a lot of cases. And if you get a second chance, that's not to say that would have been the result as the first time. And so that's the thing about the Most High giving us, you know, you can call it a blessing or a curse, but we don't just have instinct. We have the ability to choose. And the ability to choose means that we can make the right decision or the wrong decision. And in this case, because they made the wrong decision, we don't know how much different life would have been had they made the right decision. Okay? And that happens, that's not just about eating this apple. That's about all of the things that we do individually in our lives, where we make different choices and what would have happened had we made the other choice. Okay? Hope we answered your questions, Abdiel. Very good question. What do you have next?
All right, the next question is coming from Q Anaya Bab. Slika, I'm kind of butchering your name.
Trying to get your name right.
Quiana Yabab. Quanaya Bab. Toda, Slika, Geverit. All right, since Adam did not tell Eve not to eat the forbidden fruit, yet she knew it was forbidden, can it be assumed she also received the instruction directly from Yah?
Cain, he definitely got an answer for that.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom once again. So in that, just looking strictly at what the verse says, I'm looking at Genesis 3, verse 17, where the Creator is telling him, because I commanded you. The very key word there is ziwi tika. I commanded you, when the Creator is having that conversation one-to-one with Adam. So it does show that the Creator did just teach Adam in the very beginning. You definitely do raise a good point, though. How did she necessarily know that that tree is kind of off limits, but she still did what she did? My guesstimation, Adam didn't put his foot down as thoroughly as he should have about it. He probably was like, hey, yeah, that tree over there, you know, Creator told me not to mess with it, but you know, it is whatever. You know, so he probably wasn't as firm with it, that we do not touch. So because he probably wasn't as firm as he should have been, she still did what she did. But that's just my opinion, of course.
Okay, I'm in mixed company, so I'm not going to see what you're going to do with that, because
I'm not going to play 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the fact that, you know, and having the opportunity to have a baby in the home again, and to see the curiosity that they have, you cannot do anything with their curiosity. They have to. There are certain areas in the home that she goes to. Once you put her on the ground, she crawls, she's going there, because she can pull the bottle out of the case with the other bottles, do whatever she does with it, she goes there. And Adam and Eve were adults in their stature, but they were babies in their mindset. So there was a level of curiosity that the adversary knew exactly how to pull out of Kawa. And we know he went to Kawa because she was the one that could bring forth seed. So whether or not it was given to Adam, of course, they were one in terms of husband and wife. That conversation would be there. We know what the apple was. So, you know, they didn't probably even know what to do with it.
Right.
So the adversary, he came to them.
Came to Eve,
and he approached her, and he started to say certain things and do certain things.
Right.
To intrigue her, arouse her, so that, you know, she had no defense against his attack. He was a superior thinking being. You know, it's just like our Kelly situation, sorry to use an example. That
I save him for the what's going on, man.
Taking advantage of people, you know. So Nachash took advantage of Eve's innocence, you know, and one thing led to another, and boom, Cain came. So that is basically, regardless of if, I think that she knew from Adam, it was a conversation they had probably.
I think so.
You know, so it's not, as Misharaite rightly said, it was not a direct thing to Kawa, but Adam, as it says in the Hebrew, he was the one who received it. And, you know, what happened in that situation. But it's just removing the tree analogy to make people not understand.
I think someone had mentioned earlier that Adam wasn't on his task, but where he was supposed to protect her, he wasn't doing his job. But I think that he was supposed to be responsible for dressing the garden, and so in a lot of cases he didn't realize that someone was undressing the other part of the garden. I don't know, but seriously, I think he may have told her, but obviously because they didn't understand what was involved, the emotional and the physical attraction that comes out of, involving certain things. Am I on camera? Can you see my blush? It was a difficult situation, and I've already lost my train of thought. Let's take the next question.
Okay, now we're moving on. No problem. All right, this next question is coming from Elimelech. Was killing Abel Cain's portion at that time? Since the Most High said he created everything with his purpose, even though the Most High clearly said in Genesis chapter 4, verse 7, sin crouches at the door, but thou mayest rule over it. So was that Cain's portion at that time?
You want me to answer that? I think that we talk about, we can never forget that the Most High is the creator of good and evil. And however the adversary came into the picture, the creator put him there. All right, he was a test, just like he's a test for all of us. That hasn't changed over all of these generations. So I think that the adversary is there for us to learn, and for us to to learn how to do the right thing. And if we don't have these challenges, then we wouldn't know the difference between good and evil. So I'm going to go back and make sure I answered the question, because I kind of, you said that before then, man. Was that specific? Which question am I on? I apologize. I lost my place. Could you repeat that question again? I want to make sure I answered it.
He was saying from Genesis 4, Genesis 4, verse 7. But overall, was killing Abel Cain's portion at that time?
Was it his portion? I think that he had. I don't think that the Creator. And this is the thing about the Most High, that we have to always remember, that He knows the past, the present, and the future. So He knew what was going to happen, but that doesn't necessarily mean He ordained it. He just allowed it to happen. And so that spirit that came, because I don't believe that. See, that's the hard thing about when you get into this portion, because did the Creator intend for him to get control over Kawa before his plan was put into place? You have to ask yourself, and it gets very confusing, which is why I say that the secret things belong unto the Most High, because the Creator wanted, I think, Cain to do the right thing, but Cain had this spirit on him, and it came from his father. Okay, he's an adversary. And so I believe that the Creator allowed it to happen, and then He just switched gears and made let the thing flow, and maybe He changed His mind, because I don't believe that He took us out of Egypt to go into the wilderness to stay there for 40 years. So a lot of things that happened wasn't the Creator's necessary original plan, but because man was and continues to be so disobedient, that He has to keep creating different scenarios in order for us to get through this thing called life. Some of us don't last very long. Some of us last a very long time. And many of us find many times of trouble because of the things that we decide to do, because He gave us the ability to think, and He gave us the ability to choose. I hope that answered your question. It may not fully. I think Coach Nefly, you want to add something to that? Let's give her a mic, please. Again, I repeat, all of these answers are not going to be necessarily concrete answers in some people's minds.
Shabbat Shalom.
Okay, Shabbat Shalom.
To add to what you were just saying, we know that the Most High knows the past, the present, and what's going to happen in the future. But maybe because He gave us the ability to choose, it's really for those of us that's still here to learn from what has happened and what has happened in history. Because in every instance, each person had the ability to choose the right way or the wrong way. But by choosing that wrong direction, that's really a lesson for us to learn. Hey, you know, when you choose the wrong thing, this is what can happen. If you choose the right thing, this is what can happen. And I don't think that necessarily, you know, wanted the bad thing to happen, but as he said to Cain, you have the ability to rule over it. And I think that that's what we all have to take away from what has happened and what continues to happen. Whenever we're faced with those challenges, we have the ability to rule over it or to make the right decision.
I agree. I see something here requesting a response about Adam's child. Okay, I'm not in order, so I apologize.
Looks like our family, a lot of questions. We're just going in order. The next question put in is from Berechiah Levy. Prior to the punishment given to Eve, whereby man would be head over her, can we say that before then, man and woman was considered equal, for lack of a better word, meaning there was no set of hierarchy at that time, since Hawa was created as a helpmate for Adam, meaning she was there to support and companion to him, so she also in some way guarded, protected, and nurtured the earth with him.
Okay, you go ahead and try it. You can take a shot at it.
Okay, Shabbat Shalom once
I'm not
again.
seeing everything on here.
Just to answer the last part of the question first, about if Adam with Hawa, Ish Leisha, if they together would protect or nurture the earth. And for that, the answer is yes. Because when they were both there, the Creator said, Lahem, to you all, I am commanding you all to have dominion over the birds of the heavens, the fish in the sea, the animals upon the earth. So in that was a command that was given to both. But when we understand man and woman together, me looking here, Genesis 1, verse 27, where it's saying, and Elohim created man in his image, in the image of Elohim he created him, male and female he created them. So to me, as this reads, it's showing that the Creator is showing who is in the leadership role when it comes to man and woman, that he created him, but he and she, he created them. So the Creator is just putting it out there that this is the correct order. So like I said earlier, I think the only aspect of what Yah said to Hawa that was a punishment was that you're going to have pain in childbearing. The rest of it was just the Creator explaining what already was, because it needed to be put plainly because it wasn't plain up until that point. So that's what I was saying.
Okay, I don't intend to sound like a male chauvinist or anything, but I do believe that men and women play different roles. They're not necessarily strict roles like you might think. I mean, a man's role and a woman's role, but I think we have different roles, and I think we're equally responsible for our homes, for our children, for the planet, for the future, and whatever the case might be. But we have different roles. It may even be within a particular family, but we have to have different roles. And if you know anything about any type of organization, if the two people on the top don't agree, so, nothing will get done unless you have some sort of a hierarchy. I think the Creator established it, even if it wasn't before this incident in the garden. It was certainly established afterwards, in the sense that we had to have some type of hierarchy. In some cases, the woman, in some homes, the woman needs to be the leader. you know, and the man has to take a lesser role, either because he doesn't have the same level of intelligence, or he doesn't call the shots because of his inability to support the family, or whatever the case might be. I think that we shouldn't nitpick about that. That's between people in one household for anybody to make a judgment on it, and I certainly don't. But I do believe that it's better when if everybody can agree on everything. If we had the same like minds, and we know anybody's been married knows that that's not always the case. It might be most of the time, but it's not going to be all of the time. You're going to run into problems, and sometimes it's a matter of compromising, which is also a way to establish a situation. So that's not impossible. That's probably more like it. But I do believe that we have to focus on what the Creator intended, based on whose responsibility it is, as the brother said earlier, to protect and to do things of that nature in the household. Certainly, if somebody's breaking in my house, I'm not going to hide under the covers while my wife goes and tries to subdue them. You know, we talked about a lot of things, even Army, being in, you know, fighting in the Army, hand-to-hand combat. You know, women can be pretty tough. Don't get me wrong. I know some real fighters in my own family. But, you know, I mean, let's face it, we were given the muscle, you know, naturally. Not to say that they can't learn. Anybody can learn. A lot of this stuff is learned behavior. And so we can create or establish different things, but in the whole scheme of things, I think we would all agree that the Creator had a certain order in mind when he set this planet up and the creation up. Now, different species have different hierarchies. In the animal kingdom, the woman is the boss, and she's the hunter. And you know, you ever hear of a black widow? I never heard of a black widower. So what happens is the spider, she mates with the man and kills him and eats him. Okay, so there's different things that go on, but you know, hopefully our sisters are not cannibals. Kane, go ahead.
If I could make one comment. The only thing I'd like to say is, I know that when this conversation comes up, oftentimes we can be very binary in our understanding, that it's either black or white, and we don't understand the nuance of the conversation, of relationship, to the point where we can't say the straight fact, what it is, but understanding you have a lot of things in the midst of that, you know, and I just think sometimes we need to not be so binary in this conversation when we talk about these kind of matters.
Kane, let's not get caught up on them. Certainly, as you can see, I'm joking about some of this stuff because I don't take it that seriously, but you asked the question, we're trying to provide an answer, but we also want to make sure that we understand that it's all in the context of what we know and what we may not actually know. Okay, do we have any more?
Okay, and you know we got more.
Okay.
All right.
Took them a while to wake up, but they must be coming in privately because I'm not seeing them, or maybe I'm just missing some of this stuff. Okay.
All right, this question's coming from Ima Mutzara from Amala. We teach that Cain isn't Adam's child. However, in Genesis 4, he is listed as his father.
What verse is that?
4:1. All right, I'll pull that up.
Where does it say that Adam is the father? I need you to give me the verse.
All right, I'm about to share it for the family. Hold on. Genesis 4:1, and the man knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, I have begotten a man with the help of Elohim.
Oh, okay. Sometimes, and a lot of this happens in Genesis, the order, everything is not in chronological order. That we know for sure. But if you gotta, you know, when you look further, because again, a lot of this stuff you just can't make any understanding of it. But if you look at the genealogy, it's written here because apparently the Most High did not want certain people or some of us to understand what really happened in the garden because of what it would create. Because a lot of the things that we say, people would call us crazy or say it's not that because it's ambiguous. There's so much ambiguity in Genesis, especially in Beresheet, that you can't figure it out. However, if you look at the genealogy, you can't tell who his father is. And so I think that takes precedence over what you're reading right here, because I think it's a little bit ambiguous. And a lot of this we're not sure of. We have to be honest because, it's our interpretation of Genesis, Beresheet. Everybody doesn't have the same interpretation, even in this way of life. So we understand that, and we respect that, and understand that we're not necessarily always right. But what you got to look at, which I think is more important, is that he's not in the line of his genealogy. Why would he leave that out? Why is that not in there? So you might say that that's a contradiction, and I would agree with you, but the most important thing is, what's his line? Where did he come from if he's not a part of Adam? Cain, Moreh.
I hate being Dr. Roots on this subject, but Dr. Root, that lady back in the
Yeah, I remember. She's still around.
Okay, doing the right thing. So, let me get my thoughts together. Okay, now Genesis 4:1. Prior to Genesis 4:1, we had the incident in Genesis, the 3rd chapter, where basically Nachash had a relationship with Kawa. Okay, scientifically it has been proven that you could go, I don't think it was on Moreh, but there were cases where there were twins.
2 eggs.
They were twins and they had different fathers. They were fertilized by different males. They were twins coming out of the same mother, but they had different fathers. And that is a situation that happened in the garden. So when they say Adam knew his wife and Cain came out, and then you had Abel came out, it was showing you a situation like that. In a space of a time. Remember, she got the experience and she ran and shared it with her.
Same day, probably.
You understand? So out of that situation, she was fertilized by 2 different men. So you had Cain coming from Nachash and Abel coming from Adam. That's the situation.
I think what she got caught up on, because I think we all right, the way it's read, because we all know that there's 2 different seeds here, and they don't tell you where Cain came from, but that's the ambiguity in this particular verse that can be explained when you go to the chapter further, the next chapters, where you see the genealogy is laid out, plain and simple. Okay. All right, so what do we have next? We'll do this as long as we can. That's it? What is this from Yael Young? Hold on. It says, regarding Eve, the strategy of the opponent was to lead her. Oh, that's not a question. Okay, go ahead.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Regarding to that question just now, where it said, and the man knew his wife again, and she bore a son, Cain. Every time it spoke about Nachash, it said the man. Every time it spoke about Adam, it said his name. So when they say the man, they speak about Nachash, and Adam, it has his own verse. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bore a son and called him Shet.
Okay, so that's your explanation to the question.
In all the years of learning doing the portions, that's an explanation that I've been given.
Okay. Torah Rabah. Give the man a mic. Okay, so oh, you have a question? You're not asking me. Who you asking? The audience? You asking me a question?
It's just a question. It's not from me.
Okay.
I've been coerced in delivering the question.
Oh, they sent it to you privately.
It says, if the Creator said, be fruitful and multiply, but also said not to eat of the fruit, then how were they supposed to be fruitful and multiply, and what were the fruits of the garden they were eating?
Okay. The theory is, you want me to answer that? The theory is that Kawa was going through a physical, physiological even maybe transformation when the Creator set her aside. It was a continuation of, I would say, of the creation process. And she hadn't finished that process. There were certain things that I think the Creator, I think he also changed her body afterwards because, yeah, that's why they're not having babies. You know, it's very rare that you have multiple births, whereas I think in the beginning, that's the way it was. I think all of these things were part of the process, but going back to that, the Creator hadn't finished this process with Eve, and so she was set aside for a certain time, and the Creator was going to, I guess, give them more information before he allowed them to cohabitate. But Nakash wanted to get in the mix before it was all of that was established. And so that's, I believe, what happened, and it took everything out of course that was supposed to happen. I'm sure the Creator did not create Adam and Eve for Nakash to have first crack at her. Excuse my language. Y'all gonna misinterpret everything I say. He's gonna get to her before Adam did. I need a drink of water. Yeah, see, well, y'all know what I mean, but maybe the wrong word. But that's because your minds are in the wrong place. Okay, I'm not taking responsibility for that. But that's pretty much what happened. I think that everything went out of sync when he became what's the word I'm looking for? Intercessor, and got involved in what was going on between Adam and Eve. And so that threw everything off, and of course we know what happened after that, but that was not the way it was supposed to be. And you say to yourself, well, why did the Creator let that happen? Again, that's the hand of Yah, you know, that he allowed certain things to happen that I don't think he intended to happen. And then again, we're reading it the way Moses got it. I'm assuming he got it from the Creator, but did he actually transcribe it the way the Creator said it? You have to wonder. Certain things may have fallen into that category. I don't know. I'm not telling us that we can't believe anything, but I'm also saying that everything is definitely not written here. Okay.
This next question is coming from Aviezer Mishpaka. Is the way that Yah created a man and a woman showing the difference in the order/roles we play? Man from dust and woman from his rib? Question mark.
Repeat that again.
Is the way that Yah created a man and a woman showing the difference in the order and roles we play? So man being from the dust, woman being from his rib.
I think that's another reason why we know that the man, I believe, was established by the Creator to be in the forefront, because she came from him. He was established and made first, and even established in a home, the eldest is the more responsible one over the younger, and they get the portion of the firstborn. I think all of these different things are metaphors, if you will, of how the establishment is supposed to be for a man and woman, and then the children coming behind them. The children don't come with, some people allow the babies, when they come in, they become the boss. You know, that's not the way it's supposed to be. We're supposed to teach them. And so I think their point is well taken. I think it's a part of the understanding, because some of this is just Hebraic understanding. If you have the Hebraic understanding, then you can recognize this more readily and accept it more readily than if you want to take on a Western mentality and thinking about it, or some other mentality on thinking about how this is supposed to be. Because, you know, some people, you know, they run around and say the Most High is a woman, you know. These are the feminist way of thinking, the Western society's thinking, because they're going overboard to demand, you know, some type of superiority. And they go out of their way to do it, and it's really a blasphemous statement, because the Creator, he's using a masculine form, you know, for himself. So how are we to come up and tell him he's something different, even though he's not flesh? This is the kind of thing that, you know, you can get thrown off if you come into Hebraic thinking with a Western mentality. It's just not gonna work. Okay, Moreh.
Apparently, I had not completed answering of my question, or the question that was, they're asking, what is the trees or the fruit in the garden a metaphor for? Remember, Adam and Eve were born with, and even today we are born, I don't want to say incomplete, but we receive information, our culture, etc. So these beings in the garden, we could say angels, were teaching Adam and Eve how to function in the earth, everything they needed to know. And on the other side, the fallen angels were doing that as well. That's how Nakash got that mandate to do what he did. And even further after the flood situation, that information continued, because you could still find today where there are certain engineering feats that have been accomplished. You know, some people say no, but there are certain engineering feats that have been accomplished that man did not definitely do. Certain cutting of stones, huge stones, moving stones over large areas with no, you could see these people were farmers with a cow and a plow, and they were moving, and then the next 10 years, they had huge cities. So the angelic beings had a constant relationship with man, even in the garden, where he was training Adam and Eve basically how to function. You were born big, you don't know how to function, this is it. Okay, this is the art of botany. You know, this is what you do with this herb to heal yourself if you get sick, etc., stuff like that. All right, so that's when they were eating the fruit, they were basically getting information. Yeah.
Okay, so you answered the question that came to you privately, right? Okay. Anything else that I missed? No? Well, family, y'all sure put me to the test up here today. Trying to keep a straight face and not say the wrong thing. Then we have women in the audience who are just making it so much more difficult. It's like they're enjoying me squirming up here. I don't get it. Okay, so you have no point?
No, I just wanted to say there was a couple people that asked me about posting the Days of Creation meditation that I went over in the morning portion. So I'm about to post that right now in the chat for anybody who wants to copy that and use that in their own notes.
Okay, so the question and answer period is now closed. Okay, I got through it. Okay, so what's going on? What's going on? I have just a few items here. And I'm going to, I don't know if I should or not, but I think I'm going to start a little trouble. First thing that I saw this week, this woman wanted more time with her boyfriend, so she called in a bomb threat to his job. She wanted more time with him. Must have been an Adam and Eve situation. I don't know. She wanted more time with him, so she called his job and reported a bomb threat so that he could come home. So you know they locked her up, right? So Now she's going to get less time with him because she's going to be doing time. Okay? Maybe she can get conjugal rights. I don't know what the point was. All right? Okay, next. R. Kelly was convicted on all 9 counts of sex trafficking and racketeering. There's a lot of happy people in the world. No pun intended. Y'all got it? Anybody get it? I have to be honest with you. I love his music. The sad thing is, you can't play it around the sisters. They don't want to hear it. You know, you have to play it in your car. You know, that's a tough situation because let's be serious for a minute. How do you separate the artist from the artistry? It's kind of hard to do. When you think about, and I know y'all ain't thinking about this because y'all don't want to have to think about this. How many movies do you watch that rapist put out there? Weinstein. You know how many movies his company put out that have won Oscars? So again, where do you draw the line? We really need to think about that because the Creator gave him as much as, and we can get into some history today. Let me take it even further. Dawid, he was a beautiful man, you know, did a lot of great things. But do we eliminate him from history because he caused another man's death? I mean, this can go a lot of different ways. We really need to think about that. I mean, because we putting all of this pressure on R. Kelly, but you know, all right, somebody wants, I knew I was going to start something, and that's fine. I want to hear what you think. I really want to hear what you think because you know, we don't talk about Michael Jackson like that. Why? Because he didn't get convicted? Neither did OJ. So we can still watch football.
Wait,
okay.
I just think, Shabbat Shalom, I think it's weird that when we talk about sex offenders or pedophiles or whoever who have talent, the conversation immediately turns to, but they're talented and we like their music. Like
No.
can we give it some time before we like start talking about his music and at least focus on the harm and the damage that he caused? Like if God forbid it was people in this community, we wouldn't be jumping on, well, let's listen to his music or talk about that. Like we would give it some time before we make that the focus of the conversation.
Okay. I respect that. And like I said, I knew I was going to open up a can of worms, and I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm not going to challenge that. I think it makes a lot of sense, but I do believe that it's not equal across the board because again, maybe because he got so much a high profile in what he did, but again, Harvey Weinstein, we're not canceling him out like, because people that's too much work. I don't know. It's easier, and I'm not saying to anyone that he's not as bad, or I think Bill Cosby is another one. I mean, let's be real about it. R. Kelly falls in a whole different category, mostly I think because he dealt with young people. He dealt with minors. And that I think is even more egregious. But a lot of these things we have to really think about and figure out. And I think it's probably an individual thing that has to happen in order for everybody to decide how they're gonna sort it all out. It's just kind of hard, Kane.
Shalom. I think it's something interesting to consider that you have a spike, it seems, in human trafficking of teenage girls. And if you were to look at a trend line, it's the 1950s. are black people kidnapping black people to go traffic them to other black people, and then there's a market for that. Probably some creep did. If anybody found out about it, he would be shot 5 times before he hits the ground, right? Now you have any given high school, you got to worry if your daughter is going to be seduced by some feeder network of boyfriends who are going to do this. And then we know in the distant, stretches even in our community of people who got trapped into that stuff, or in the dark side of your family, people who try that stuff, right? Running girls. And I think that might be something that is a through line here. Like, you have someone who's talented. The messaging kind of is that way. It's priming. It's what's called grooming, right? And we have a standard of modesty, and we have a standard of purity, such that we don't even listen to that on Shabbat for a reason, right? Because we don't want that ruach to get in our minds. For a boy to hope and fantasize that you get a chance at that, to be on the other side, the pimping side of that, right? And on the girl side, that you're too dignified to put yourself into a situation where you'd be passed around like a piece of meat for money, right? But then on the secular time, are we listening to music that says, hey, I want to be pimping, big pimping, pimp for like 30 years. And then now you have people actually saying, actually, I was literally doing this. And now they're being arrested, and they're found on multiple counts of pimping.
I think that a lot of
we got to think of that as a part of the issue of the influence of playing the music. Are we giving the spirit of all of those things that our forefathers did not, even in modern America, did not have in mind for us today to be even thinking about for ourselves?
I think that the music promotes a lot of this, and I'm just putting it out there. It hasn't been fully publicized yet, but in Israel, we're working on all of these pedophiles that we have in our communities. We're working on that. I just want you to know we are working on it. We're coming up with a system to deal with it, to address it, to not just condemn it, but to, as best as we can, to remove it from our community. That's in the works, I can assure you. But, a lot of it is caused by the music, just like anything else that can get into your spirit. It's going to have an impact on your thoughts and your actions. And so if we really are serious, then we have to start listening to more conscious music and not accept some of these songs that, we've had banned some songs in our communities, and people still want to hear them, even though they know that they're degrading women. So, all of these things don't help the situation. And we have to be careful that we're not being hypocritical about, what it is we want to listen to, and what we call acceptable, and what should be unacceptable, and what we want our children to hear. It's something to think about. You can't have it both ways. So go ahead. I want to move on. Go ahead. I'll take your hand.
Okay, and just to make a couple quick comments. I mean, me personally, knowing how he is now, I couldn't really listen to his music, just because now I feel like his music is inspired by some of his ill actions. So it's like I can't even listen to some of his music the same, knowing what his inspiration was. So that to me is just an issue to decide. Put his music in the catalog forever, don't need to be listened to. But there was a situation I remember seeing on the news a couple weeks back where Simone Biles and a few of the other famous gymnasts were speaking to the judges about how their coach had been molesting them for some years, and they had reported it to the feds, and the feds did not do a thorough investigation. And we can say the same thing when we think about Epstein and his little private island, whatever they were doing. They were some big whales in that pool of having this organized dark market. So we have to be very mindful of the society we live in and all of those, different messages that they put out there. And, you got R. Kelly going down for what he did, and thinking about a female celebrity. I remember catching a little clip of when Cardi B was speaking about her previous life before she became famous, and how She used to drug and rob and do all these things to some of her clientele, because I think she worked at a ladies' house, or whatever you want to call it, a brothel,
Right.
whatever. But she was going about drugging people and robbing them and all that kind of stuff. But because she's a woman, I don't feel like she gets the same fire put down upon her as we do with R. Kelly. Personally, both should be dealt with in the same, to me. But society we live in now, she gets the pass, she gets to continue in her fame, he's going behind bars. So just something else to put out there.
Okay. I'm gonna change the subject because it's getting a little hot in here. But it's something that we need to talk about it. I'm not saying we don't, just may not be the day and the time, but let's move on. It's a conversation we need to continue, and I'm serious about stopping that nonsense in our communities. I'm serious about that. If anybody knows me, they know I mean what I say. I'm gonna do what I can to make sure it happens. All right, murders in the U.S. are up 25% over the last year. So, I mean, people are just killing for no reason now. I mean, it's really out of control. You know, it's a scary place. The world is right now is a scary place, and you really have to be careful. And I think your only defense is the Creator, because it can happen anytime, anywhere, unexpectedly. There doesn't have to be any precipitous to it. Doesn't have to be any warning for it. It's just people are just doing some really dumb, crazy, and frightening things, and it just tells us where this world is headed right now. The best we can do is serve Him, the Creator, as best we can, and hopefully, in His infinite wisdom, He'll find a way to turn the tide. I had some clippings I wanted to present. Did you pull those up? This is my last item. It's about these volcanoes. See, most people forget about volcanoes because they're like under the earth. But do you know how much fire there is in the center of the earth? There's magma down there, which is what is called lava once it surfaces. But I mean, the heat, and we have all of these volcanoes that are erupting all at the same time. One in the Hawaiian Islands, one in the Canary Islands. I think there's 3 of them out there. And I wanted to see if we had some clippings of them, because this is the Creator's power. This is the creation we don't hear about or talk about very much. And I just wanted to show you all what's going on in the world. Are you able to, did you get those in there? You don't have any any video? I wanted to see some video from these different volcanoes that are out there. And in Hawaii, they're actually going down to look at it because the geologists have told them, oh, it's not going to erupt yet. It's, you know, you can get close. They don't know when that thing is going to erupt. And these people are standing there with umbrellas looking at it, glow at the glow. I mean, I don't know what the umbrellas maybe for the ash or whatever, but they say you can feel the heat. I don't know what's the matter with people, but they always want, it's like the Raiders of the Lost Ark. They want to gaze on the Ark, you know, and I don't get it. If you can't find it, you can't pull it up soon, then we'll just move on.
Welcome to the Magnetic Flux. I'm your host, Susan, and today we'll be doing a countdown of the 10 most dangerous volcanoes in the world. Let's go see what they are. Volcanoes are regarded as a symbol of nature's fury. They're not just majestic in appearance, they are equally dangerous. There's almost 1,500 active volcanoes on Earth, and this includes only the ones that are on the surface of the Earth. There are many more underwater as well, especially around the Pacific Ring of Fire. Out of these, almost 100 are known worldwide. So here we've created the list of top 10 most active volcanoes in the world. Number 10 is Ulawun, Papua New Guinea. Ulawun is one of the most active volcanoes in the world. It has had 22 major eruptions that have been recorded since the 1700s. Minor eruptions and tremors occur regularly. The main hazard about the volcano is its structural integrity. If an incident of a major collapse occurs, the consequential eruption could lead to the destruction of hundreds of square kilometers of land. Of all the eruptions that have taken place, the one with the most damage was the one that occurred in the year 1980. The last volcanic eruption occurred in the year 2010. Number 9 is Santa Maria, Guatemala. One of the most active volcanoes since the 20th century, the Santa Maria has had numerous volcanic eruptions within the last 10 decades. It's 130 kilometers off the city of Guatemala and is located in the Pacific Ring of Fire. Santa Maria has a crater which was formed after an explosion that occurred in 1902. The heavy deposits of magma from eruptions led to the creation of a heavy dome complex named as Sanataguito. The clashing of the Cocos Plate and Caribbean Plate leads to the volcanic eruptions. The latest eruption occurred in March of 2011.
All right, we're going to end that there because I just really wanted to see some of them that I've been looking at on TV in the last few days, but you all get the pictures. But it's unusual that so many of them are erupting at this time. I think it's all a sign from the Creator of His anger, and we really need to pay attention to these phenomena because they mean something. You know, I do believe that they have some meaning to them. So we're going to get into some history. Misharaite, you ready to do some history? So I'm going to let Moreh give us a synopsis of what we covered last week. It's starting to get juicy. So we did 3 chapters last week. Was it 7, 8, and 9? Yeah. All right, we're starting 10. Can somebody tell us what happened in 7, 8, and 9, just briefly? Nobody remembers. All right, let me see if I can figure it out. So we're going to be going to 2 Samuel 10. That's where we'll be starting. I should have asked you in advance. I didn't know how much time we were going to have. Let me get my book out. Hold on. 2 Samuel. You ready? 7, 8, 9.
As ready as I can be. In what we covered last week, and I think I mentioned it recently about David wanting to create a permanent structure for the tabernacle in the temple. And I think that was when 7. He had the desire. Nathan the prophet came back and told him that no, the Most High doesn't want you to do that. You have too much blood on your hands. And as we saw later, he would gather the materials to get that done. On the 8th chapter, it was the battle with the Arameans. Okay, so he fought the Arameans then, and in chapter 9, he went to Mephibosheth. Okay, he went back to look for, any offspring of Shaul. And Jonathan, sorry. Right, so to make amends to the promise that he had made prior to his passing.
Okay, so he brought Mephibosheth into his house, and he got Ziba, his servant, to. They restored the land of Saul to Saul's family, so that they could have some wealth. All right, so let's get into chapter 10. You can probably get in 1 or 2 chapters, and hopefully you all will enjoy this segment of our day. As we wind down, we'll be closing out a little before 7. We'll start winding out a little before 7 o'clock.
And it came to pass, this is chapter 2 Shemuel, second book of Samuel, chapter 10. And it came to pass after this, that the king of the children of Ammon died, and Hanun his son reigned in his stead. Then said David, I will show, I'll just read up here. David said, I will show kindness unto Hanun the son of Nahash, as his father showed kindness unto me. So David sent by the hand of his servants to comfort him concerning his father.
Okay, so the children of Ammon were against. They were fighting back and forth with Israel when Saul was in power. But when Saul was in power, a lot of these nations shielded David. They shielded David from Saul, so he would run into these other nations to them for safety. And so I think Ammon did that for him. The king of Ammon did that for David. So David wanted to, show his kindness. Now, I don't know if his son Hanon knew what his father had done for David, but I would think he did. But in any event, these young whippersnapper kings come up and they get advice from their friends instead of getting advice from their father's confidants and what have you, so that they can kind of pass down the wisdom to the younger generation in order for them to take over in context of how they're dealing with all the nations around them, because diplomacy is necessary when you're dealing in a region like that, and like in the land of Israel and around about it. So he goes to he sends these brothers to Nachash to kind of like they're a human sympathy card. Tom Sheep.
The last sentence of 2.
You finished up.
And David's servants came into the land of the children of Ammon. But the princes of the children of Ammon said to Hanun, their lord, thinkest thou that David doth honor thy father, that they hath sent comforters unto thee? Had not David sent his servants unto thee to search the city and to spy it out and to overthrow it?
Okay, so these are his homies, and they're convincing him the same way that we didn't get to that yet. Yes, exactly, Rehoboam. So we're going to move on, but again, you have these young guys who don't understand politics getting involved in something they know nothing about, and they going up against a totally different kind of adversary that they should have left alone. Tom Sheep.
So Hanun took David's servants and shaved off the one half of their beards and cut off their garments into the middle, even to their buttocks, and sent them away.
Okay, so what do? They get them, and I'm sure they tied them down because this had to be a fight, but they were outnumbered. They cut off half their beards, which they don't want to be seen like that. And then they cut their garments so that their privates are showing. So I'm sure they could have easily gotten more garments, but they couldn't do anything about their beards. So this is a very embarrassing situation, and it's what you call fighting words. Okay?
When they told it unto David, he sent to meet them, for the men were greatly ashamed. And the king said, tarry at Jericho until your beards be grown, then return. And when the children of Ammon saw that they had become odious to David, the children of Ammon sent and hired the Arameans of Beth Rehov and the Arameans of Sovah, 20,000 footmen, and the king of Ma'achah with 1,000 men, and the men of Tov, 12,000.
Okay, so now they go start a fight, and they don't even have the men to fight back. So they go and hire mercenaries, some from the other nations, in order to, because they're prepared that they're going to probably have to fight Israel. Now, this could have totally been avoided if they had just accepted the humility that they came with. But now they're going to cause a whole lot of people to die because they want to be tough, and then they're not even tough enough to defend their own land.
And when David heard of it, he sent Joab and all the host of the mighty men. And the children of Ammon came out and put the battle in array at the entrance of the gate. And the Arameans of Sovah and of Rehov and the men of Tov and Ma'achah were by themselves in the field. Now, when Joab saw that the battle was set against him, before and behind, he chose of all the choice men of Israel and put them in array against the Arameans. And the rest of the people he committed into the hand of Abishai, his brother, and he put them in array against the children of Ammon.
Okay, now there's a strategy going on here. So this is what you call warfare. Now, Joab was the captain of not just the host of David. He was the warfare general of all generals at the time. So he sees that they're approaching Israel on both sides. So instead of them trying to be encircled by these enemies, the Arameans, half of them fought this way and half fought that way so that they could fight each other. And he's going to tell you, if I'm losing, then you help me. If you're losing, I'll help you. But these guys weren't even up to speed. They already got their money, so why should they fight and die? Time sheet, because they already been paid.
And he said, if the Arameans be too strong for me, then thou shalt help me. But if the children of Ammon be too strong for thee, then I will come and help thee. Be of good courage, and let us prove strong for our people, and for the cities of our Elohim. And Yah do that which seemeth him good. So Yoav and the people that were with him drew nigh into the battle against the Arameans, and they fled before him. And when the children of Ammon saw that the Arameans were fled, they likewise fled before Avishai and entered into the city.
Okay, so when the Ammonites who brought in all of the mercenaries, when they started losing, when they saw their mercenaries losing the fight, they chickened out and they started running too. So both segments of this battle are running from the battle.
Then Yoav returned from the children of Ammon and came into Yerushalayim.
Okay, so he goes back into the capital.
And when
I'm sorry, just to say that they're not satisfied with this loss, so they're going to start another fight. They're going to regroup.
When the Arameans saw that they were put up to the when the Arameans saw that they were put to the worst before Israel, they gathered themselves together. And Hadadezer sent and brought out the Arameans that were beyond the river. And they came to Helam with Shovach, the captain of the host of Hadadezer, at their head. And it was told David, and he gathered all Yisrael together and passed over the Yarden and came to Helam. And the Arameans set themselves in array against David and fought with him. And the Arameans fled before Yisrael. And David slew of the Arameans 700 drivers of chariots, 40,000 horsemen, and smote Shobach, the captain of their host, so that he died there.
Okay, so now why would they go back and start another battle and they are still afraid of the Israelites? It doesn't make any sense, but this is all the hand of Yah, and David, he got a lot of pleasure in beating up all of these people, trust me, because it just made him more powerful. And obviously, whenever this happens, the spoil comes in. There's a lot of different, benefits of winning these battles. And he took their horsemen, took out their horsemen. He's collecting all of this wealth as these people come up against him. And this was because he tried to do a good thing.
And when all the kings that were servants to the Hadadezer saw that they were put to the worst
They're
before
going to
Israel,
stop helping them out.
They made peace with Israel and served them. So the Arameans feared to help the children of Ammon anymore.
So the Ammonites lost a lot of friends, and now nobody's foolish enough to help them fight their battles.
Second Shemuel, chapter
Yes,
11.
let's go to 11.
And it came to pass at the return of the year, at the time when kings go out to battle, that David sent Yoav and his servants with him and all Yisrael, and they destroyed the children of Ammon and besieged Rabbah. But David tarried in Jerusalem.
Okay, so now it gets a little dicey here because they have a certain time of the year where they just go out and fight. And so they call it the Arab Spring now, when they go out and they just go out and fight other nations around them. And so I'm assuming this is the Arab Spring. And they go out and say, listen, let's just take care of the Ammonites. Since they want to pick fights, let's just wipe them out and be done with it. Now, this particular battle, David doesn't go to. For some reason, he stays home during this particular battle. And what they say, the idle mind is what?
Devil's workshop.
Devil's workshop. Okay. So let's go to second verse in chapter 11.
It came to pass at eventide that David arose from off his bed, walked on the roof of the king's house. From the roof, he saw a woman bathing. And the woman was very beautiful to look upon.
Okay, so he's outside of I'm assuming his house can overlook because if you ever been to Jerusalem, the houses are like right next to each other, and they're all on hills, and you can look down on other homes. So David's home obviously was looking down on other homes, and I guess back then, you didn't have necessarily a shower inside the house. So apparently she's coming off of her nida, and she decides that she needs to take a bath or whatever, but she could be seen. I don't know, he might have had binoculars. I mean, I don't know, because I don't think she was right next door, but he looks down over the city, and he sees in this particular home that there's someone, a woman bathing. And she was beautiful to look upon. So she was probably gorgeous. And he did a foolish thing. So let's read on.
And David sent and inquired after the woman.
So he says, who's that woman down there? Somebody came out and said, oh, that's Uriah the Hittite.
And one said, is not this Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite? And David sent messengers and...
Now, hold on a second. He said that's the wife in the conversation. Oh, excuse me. That's what he should have done.
David sent messengers and took her. And she came in unto him, and he lay with her. For she was purified from her uncleanness, and she returned unto her house.
So he calls her up there for the specific, no, he sent for her. So I'm sure she probably didn't go kicking and screaming, because you can't do that when the king calls you. But by the same token, she had no choice. She had to, and it was rape. Okay, let's call it what it was. I don't know how you fall in love that fast, but so you can't say it was love, but it was lust. Tamshi. So now he has his pleasure, and he sends her back home. And now that's not the worst of it. It gets worse.
And the woman conceived, and she sent and told David and said, I am with child.
Okay, now they don't tell you up front that Uriah the Hittite was in battle. He was fighting against the Philistines at the time that this happened. Okay, so now this is another. You know how long it takes before a woman can determine whether she's with child? And so this is weeks later that he has one encounter with her, and then weeks and weeks later, she says, we got a problem here. Okay, we have a problem, and you're the person that's going to have to figure this out, because what's she going to do? Because in reality, she should have been stoned. And if it was another man, she and that man would have been stoned. But it happened to be David. Okay? So how are we going to address this issue? Now, see, they say power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that's what we got going on here with David right now.
And David sent to Joab saying, send me Uriah the Hittite. And Joab sent Uriah to David.
Okay, so now he's trying to figure out a way that he can cover up his the damage he's done. So he calls for the husband, so that maybe we can have them cohabitate, and it ain't mine. Tamshi.
And when Uriah was coming to him, David asked of him how Joab did, and how the people fared, and how the war prospered. David said unto Uriah, go down to your house, wash your feet. And Uriah departed out of the king's house, and there followed him a mess of food from the king.
Okay, so first of all, so David, he ain't the brightest candle on the cake at this point. All right, so he says, he calls for one specific person to ask, how's the war going? Now, this is a warrior. Why didn't he could have had any messenger go down there and ask one of his sons, which he would do all the time, have somebody go down there and say, how's the war going? And I'm sure they had messengers that were hired to do this back and forth, but you're going to call for a specific messenger to come down, to come up to Jerusalem, to give David a report on what's going on. And then after he has this little, what you call idle conversation. Then he says, you know what? Go home, because see, most guys, wow, you give me a day off? Well, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going down to my house, and spend some time with my Isha. But this guy was such a soldier, such a warrior, such a loyal servant that he had no intentions of going home. He tells him, go home and wash thy feet. What does that mean? That's not what we would tell somebody else. We would tell him something else. Go down and spend some time with your Isha. He says, go down and wash your feet. And then he sends him a bunch of food, thinking it's going to go down to the house with him. Tamshi.
But Uriah slept at the door of the king's house with all the servants of his lord, and went not down to his house. When they had told David, saying, Uriah went not down to his house, David said unto Uriah, art thou not come from a journey? Wherefore didst thou not go down to thy house?
So when they told him Uriah hasn't gone down to his house, you know what David did? He snapped his finger. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get him down. Hey, Uriah, come here. Why you ain't go down to your house? Spend some time with your wife. Cover up my mess.
Yeah. And verse 11, Uriah said unto David, the ark and Israel and Judah abide in booths.
It's not good.
And my lord Joab and the servants of my lord are encamped in an open field. Shall I then go into my house to eat and drink and lie with my wife? As thou livest, and as thy soul liveth, I will not do this thing.
Okay, so he's telling him how loyal he is, and David is trying to figure out how he's going to fix this problem. And he's not done. He's going to take care of it. So he thinks, but we know what's going to happen after this time sheet. It's crazy.
We said to Uriah, tarry here today also, and tomorrow not let me depart.
All right, so he's got another idea that he thinks will get him to go down there, because you know what happens when we start imbibing. Our inner thoughts come out, and that might be enough to make us, what they used to call it. I won't say it. Never mind.
Lose your inhibitions.
Yeah, lose your inhibitions and have some fun. We'll leave it at that.
Uriah abode in Jerusalem that day and the morrow. And when David had called him, he did eat and drink before him, and he made him drunk.
He wanted him to get drunk so that then maybe, in that state of mind, he would go home.
And he made him drunk. And at even he went out to lie on his bed with the servants of his lord, but went not down to his house. And it came to pass in the morning that David wrote a letter to Joab and sent it by the hand of Uriah.
Okay, so he ran out of options. If he can't, because this is the thing. If he can't make it look like somebody else is the daddy, then he has to get rid of him, because that's his only option. And that way he can have his wife. He doesn't have to worry about the woman being shamed or killed or whatever. He'll just eliminate him and take on another wife.
May we add, I don't know if you're going to point out.
Makes you think.
Is her lineage who Eliab
Oh yeah,
was,
she is, keep in mind, she is, what is it, the niece of granddaughter of Ahithophel, right? And they're all Benjamites.
And Eliam, I think, is one of the 30.
So right.
Your Uriah. So
right. Uriah was one of the mighty men.
Yeah.
Exactly. He's one of David's mighty men. I'm sorry I left that out. I appreciate that. So all of this is going. So there's a lot of politics, intrigue, and whatnot going on in this whole situation. And David is this. We do things that sometimes they're little mistakes. And, you can walk away from him. This is not a small mistake. This is going to change the trajectory of his whole family's outcome. This is going to change everything because of his night of lust. One night of lust. All of these things are going to happen, and it's going to change everything that happens in the rest of this book.
So if I may, it's like if it were a president, it would be like if Monica Lewinsky was the granddaughter of one of the president's senior advisors, And she was married to a man he just gave the Purple Heart as a veteran who's in
Right.
active duty in Afghanistan, right? So it's not like you could just hark it away.
It's not anybody, exactly.
Right.
This is going to have repercussions in the family, and this is why he's going to catch it when all of his sons start chasing after him. And you have, what's his name, Benaiah coming after him? Shimei, I'm sorry. All right, so there was another point that I was going to make. All right, so let's move on. So he now gives him the letter. That takes some real heart. Gives him the letter to get him killed. Tamshi.
And he wrote in the letter, verse 15, saying, "Set ye Uriah in the forefront of the hottest battle, and retire ye from him, that he may be smitten and die."
Okay, so now he's carrying the letter that's telling Joab to kill him, have him killed in a battle so he can eliminate. Now keep in mind, Joab is not stupid. Joab is taking all of this in, and this is why Joab and Dawid are going to have a problem. He's always probably had a problem with his cousin, the first cousins, but this is going to create a real rift because Joab knows all of his dirty secrets.
And it came to pass when Joab kept watch upon the city, that he assigned Uriah unto the place where he knew that valiant men were. And the men of the city went out and fought with Joab. And there fell some of the people, even of the servants of Dawid. And Uriah the Hittite died also. Then Joab sent and told Dawid all the things concerning the war. And he charged the messenger, saying, When thou hast made an end of telling all the things concerning the war unto the king, it shall be, if the king's wrath arise, and he say unto thee, Wherefore went ye so nigh unto the city to fight? Knew ye not that they would shoot from the wall? Who smote Abimelech, the son of Beresheet? Did not a woman cast an upper millstone upon him from the wall, and he died at Thebez? Why went ye so nigh at the wall? And thou shalt say, Thy servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also.
Okay, so what happened here was when Joab sent Uriah into the heat of the battle, he didn't go in there alone. He went in there with other people, so more men died. So Dawid didn't just kill Uriah, he caused a lot of other men to die along with him. And when they sent the message that, hey, we lost 20 men, Dawid would have gotten angry about the loss of the 20 men. But he says, in other words, they're just, collateral damage, because we really had to get Uriah the Hittite in there. And in order for us to get him killed, we had to kill these other guys had to be killed also, so that Dawid wouldn't be upset that he lost these extra men. He just wanted Uriah the Hittite to die, but it wasn't possible for them to create that type of scenario, because if everybody else retreated, Uriah would have retreated. And so that was a part of the plan that went awry when they set that up to get Uriah the Hittite killed.
It's a suicide mission.
Suicide mission, well, suicide. Yeah, that was a straight up murder.
So the messenger went and came and told Dawid all that Joab had sent him for. And the messenger said unto Dawid, The men prevailed against us and came out unto us into the field, and we were upon them even to the entrance of the gate. And the shooters shot at thy servants from off the wall, and some of the king's servants are dead. And thy servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also.
Now he's going to pat him on the back, because he's like, oh, well, so be it.
And then Dawid said unto the messenger, Thus shalt thou say unto Joab, Let not this thing displease thee, for the sword devoureth in one manner or another. Make thy battle more strong against the city, overthrow it, and encourage thou him.
You see, now he's trying to tell him, it's not your fault, it's not your fault, don't worry about it, it's just the loss of 21 men, I don't know how many it was. It's no big deal, no big deal, I got what I wanted, you accomplished my mission, which was to get Uriah the Hittite killed. And so that kind of, I guess in his mind, it frees him up, takes all of this pressure off of him, but the pressure now is going to really start. Foolish.
And when the wife of Uriah heard that Uriah, her husband, was dead,
wow,
she made lamentation for her husband.
What a coincidence, right?
And when the morning was past, David sent and took her home to his house, and she became his wife, and bore him a son. But the thing that David had done displeased Yehovah.
Okay, so she finds out that her husband is dead, and I guess to a certain degree, there's got to be some mixed emotions there for her. Because on the one hand, she doesn't have to face him to tell him that she's carrying another man's child. But on the other hand, she doesn't, well, it's a good thing and a bad thing, a blessing and a curse for her, because she doesn't have to worry about explaining that to him. But now she's in this situation where maybe because women back then were devoted to the man, whoever he was, even if it was her rapist, he's the king. And so she's devoted to him. And this union is crazy as it sounds. This is the union that's going to sire Solomon. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes, exactly. But so the Most High is involved in this. He's not going to let this stand. And anybody else would have lost their life, but he's not going to take his life. He's just going to make his life miserable. And take the life of his sons, because they're going to all do something that's going to cost them their life. Time sheet. What time is it? No, we're not going to go to 12. It's almost 7 o'clock. We're going to end there. It's just getting good. Hard to let it go. But I wanted to thank the Most High again for my life and for the lives of all of you. Thank you for your time and attention. May Yah bless and keep you all. May you have a blessed week. And I thank you for the opportunity to stand before you and to glorify his name. Hallelujah. Shalom, shalom. Can we leave it there till you're done? I don't want to deal with it now.
All right. Kuna. Again, let's give him a round of applause, please. Exciting history. And the wonderful thing about it, and I saw comments coming in, was the Creator put that intentionally on record because we have a prophetic view. We don't worship our kings. We don't worship the people who sit on his throne. And all of the praise and all of the honor goes to the Creator, because the next chapter is how the Creator makes him pay painfully for what he did. So lest we think and take away from it, this is okay because it's in the Bible. What people will need to do is pay attention to next week's portion, where you see there are generational curses unleashed in his family because of that. But out of his mercy, this woman, through no fault of her own, she will become the queen mother of Israel. So the Creator also looks out for her as well and gives her power and retribution in the end of the matter. Let's open up with the song Shema Yisrael, Slow Shema, as we then transfer into our final prayers. Shema Yisrael Yahovah Yahovah We are on page 18. Sacrifices and meal offerings are not found in our hands. Father of mercies, yet thy law standeth firm. Accept the words of our lips and a murmuring of our heart. Receive our prayers in mercy and in favor. Grant us joy and gladness. Comfort thy people. Yehovah answer thee in the day of trouble. The name of the power of Israel set thee up on high. Draw us not away, Yah, with the wicked, for our delight is in thy word. Let thy word heal us and cause us to prosper. Cause thy wisdom to blanket Israel. Let the visions of the righteous be our lot. Yea, even the dreams of thy redeemed, our good fortune. Draw us with cords of love, and let our borders be truth. Into thy hand I commit my spirit. All praises unto thee, O Yam. We have thought of thy loving kindness. We rejoice in the house of Yam. Come, behold the works of Yah, and rejoice in the same. For he hath rescued his people Yisrael. He has called forth the dispersed of Yaakov. He has called righteousness to stand where calamity was. For such is our power forever and ever. He will be our guide henceforth eternally. Sing his praises aloud. Amen. Shema Israel. Blessed be Shemuel, the glorious name, of his kingdom, forever. And ever. Hallelujah. 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 אלוהינו, אלוהי אבותינו, אנחנו עומדים לפניך כאשר אנחנו שבתנו ביום השבת ואנחנו עוברים לשבוע חדשה. אנא אלוהים קבל את כל תפילותינו על כל הקריאות בתורה, בנביאים ובכתובים הקדושים אשר אנחנו עשינו כדי לדעת את רצונך טוב יותר, אלוהים. אנא אלוהים. Please, oh yeah, accept all of the worship that we've had in us keeping this Shabbat day, and hopefully it being done properly, oh yeah. Let us learn as we opened up our vision and opened up your law and began the Torah again, what your vision was for us and how we keep messing up and slipping up, and that creates generational problems down the road, and how we saw that even with your servant King David, that in the objectivity of your prophets who had the freedom to write what was true, even if it was controversial, we see again a great man whose fall was because of one moment of lust, oh yeah. Let us learn from this in this new cycle after having hopefully been atoned for from our last year of sin, that we don't make those small, subtle moves that remove generations of blessing from upon us, oh yeah, that you want us to have, oh yeah. ואלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, החל ששת ימי המעשה הבאים עלינו לשלום ולשלווה. And now, Elohim, the power of our fathers, please start these next 6 work days to be days of peace and of prosperity and of gladness and safety, oh Yah. Days that are held back from sin and are full of joy and meditation, oh Yah, on your goodness. Please, oh Yah, even give us success in whatever we put our hands to, as we will recite in the book of Yehoshua. Oh Yah, will allow us anew to be closer as a community and to help those who've been watching us by their 100+ in number online, to be blessed in what they do this week, oh Yah. And let those who are new in this Torah be strengthened and of good courage, oh Yah, that they see that yes, on one end, righteous people can stumble, but a righteous man can stumble 7 times, oh Yah, and you said that you will help him to stand upright, oh Yah, that you are still close to those who call upon you in truth, and that you would please forgive us all for the sins we have already begun to do in this week since the holy season has ended. Blessed be your name, and let us even bless it in the Hebrew language. Baruch Yehoah Baboker, Baruch Yehoah Basoraim, Baruch Yehoah Be'erev, Baruch Yehoah B'laylam, Baruch Yehoah Yom Yom, Uvaruch Yehoah Tamid, Yehoah Eloheinu Bevakasham, L'suach lanu lekol devarim ra'im, She'asinu lefanecha Yom Yom, Liot emanu kol halayla hazeh, Lema'an Shemcha Yehoah, Elohei Avraham, Yitzhak veYisrael, Elohei Avotenu Eli, Ishmoa b'kol ninam, Im tirtzeh oto, Lema'an Shemcha Yehoah. Blessed be Yehovah in the morning, blessed be Yehovah in the afternoon, blessed be Yehovah in the evening, blessed be Yehovah at night, blessed be Yehovah every day, and blessed be Yehovah always, Yehovah our power. Please forgive us for all evil things we have done, and be with us all this night for thy name's sake. The power of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, the power of our fathers, and my power. Hearken unto my voice, I pray thee, if it pleaseth thee, for thy name's sake. Hallelujah! 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 Chaya! 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 And we say, as Yah lives. Let us sing the Shema. O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahovah Echad. Uvaruch b'kevod, Malchuto le'olam, Malchuto le'olam, Malchuto le'olam, Uvaruch b'kevod, Malchuto le'olam, le'olam, Wa'elo Shema, Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahovah Echad. We ask that you face the land of Israel where you are, towards the east, and we ask that our Misharaite would lead us in the priestly benediction.
Remembering it is Yah Yisrael who blesses all of us, and none of us that have the power to bless each other. Yivarecha Yehoah wa Yishmarecha. Ya'er Yehoah panav elecha vikuneka. Yisa Yehoah panav elecha v'yasim lecha shalom. May Yah bless thee and keep thee. May Yah cause his face to shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. May Yah lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Chaya.
Chaya. Selah. Psalm 150. Tehillim Kof Nun. Me'al Hamishim. Page 15 in the PDF. Hallelujah, Bekocho. Hallelujah, Bequiaudo. Hallelujah, Bigorotao. Hallelujah,
Baruch Yehovah, Anishama Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Higher! 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 Yahu Gadol! Yah is good all the time. Motza'eh, Shabbat Shalom Lechem.